See. Okay, welcome to our second day of our pretreatment workshop. Good morning, everyone. Looking at the chat, I know we still have people that are starting to join, but just so that we have time for everybody to talk and just get everything going. So I'd like to thank our sponsors. Once again, we have a good amount of sponsors today, and I believe Dave had sent me an updated sheet, and I'm not showing that right now because it's in the workbook, but we have Western Environmental Equipment Company, Aquatic Informatics, we have AA Sales, which is partnered with Shire, we have Endura, Swift Comply, All Pro, and Mihal Contracting, and then we also have GHD, so I'll make sure that I show the right one later on. Let me stop presenting. Okay, so I'm going to give a couple of updates. I know a lot of you were probably here today, or here yesterday. Obviously, you're here today. So let's see, we have, if you weren't here yesterday or just for a refresher, our last general meeting for the pretreatment committee is going to be on December 6th. That's a Monday. We decided to do Mondays just to see how that works, since a lot of meetings happen like on Wednesdays or other days of the week. And that will be the typical time from 10:30 to noon. Watch your email if you're part of our mailing list, or if you'd like to be part of it. Make sure to email myself or Dave or Ashley if you go on our website, azwater.org. And then if you go to committees, environmental, pretreatment, then you'll be able to find our information or contact so we can add you to our list. Or if you register as part of the committees at AC Water, then you'll be part of our mailing list through the portal. So either way, we'll post the survey for elections. And if you're interested in running for a position, you have to be an AZ Water member, but you can email myself or Dave or Jolene. Okay, so the workshop yesterday and today are going to be recorded because we are going to have an on-demand version that's available in case you have to step away, or for those that have registered but they weren't able to attend live. So we're going to have that available later. And then some ground rules: make sure that you keep yourself on mute, which I think most of you have. And when people are presenting, I think it helps with the bandwidth if people turn off their video cameras, unless you're presenting, obviously. So we'll do that. And I think everything went pretty well yesterday, so just continue what you're doing. And if you have questions, raise your hand, do the hand raise option, or you can enter in the chat, which seems like everybody knows how all those work by now. So good job, everyone. We're planning, I know this is far in advance, but we are planning to do our next workshop in person next fall. So just keep your eyes on that. And if you'd like to be part of the planning process, or if you have speakers that you would like to see or hear, or sponsors, just let us know, because we'd love to get that feedback. And without further ado, I'm actually going to have Brandy Kelso, our AZ Water president, kind of give some updates for AZ Water and just give a shout out to everyone.
Good morning, Chelsea. Thank you for the introduction. As Chelsea said, I'm Brandy Kelso. I'm the AZ Water president right this now. It's kind of been a crazy year to be president, not as crazy as last year, but I'm glad to see all of you today. I've been an AZ Water member, close to 20 years now. Actually, probably 25 years, which is kind of crazy. I started my career at AZ Water in the YP committee and have worked through several committees, and I'm glad to be serving as this year's president. A couple things going on that I thought that you guys might be interested in. One, our annual conference in April is the 12th through the 14th. We are currently trying to have that to be a live event in person. So that's really exciting. We're working very closely with the Phoenix Convention Center to try to make that happen. We had over 180 abstracts that were submitted, which is really great and awesome. So the planning committee is working hard on getting that up and going. So watch your email boxes and the azwater.org website for more information on that. I hope you'll be able to join us. With that, we also have a lot of awards that we give out at the annual conference. And so I really encourage everybody to take a look at the awards page. And if you have colleagues or friends, supervisors, peers, people that work for you that can be nominated for those awards, please do that, because I think it's a great thing to honor those are doing great things within the utility and consultants and others. So those are kind of my two shout outs. Also, I think I've heard great things already. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's part of the treatment workshop. I heard great things already. It's great how when things are virtual, you get a lot of instant feedback. And so I hope you guys are also going to enjoy today's program. And thank you for joining us, and thank you to all of our sponsors. If that, Chelsea, do you want people to ask questions, or if people have questions, you can always send me an email?
Yeah, if you have questions, put that in the chat or send us an email, or you can send Brandy an email. But yeah, we encourage everyone, if they're able to join AZ Water. It's a great organization. Not only do you get discounts to go to these types of workshops, but you get networking, the annual conference. And if you can join a committee, I mean, some of you are members of this committee, but there are lots of other committees, and it's all volunteer driven. So basically, it's up to you how you want to make the organization work. So, but yeah, lots of great opportunities. So thanks, Brandy.
Thank you. Good job, and enjoy the rest of your workshop.
Okay, so we're just a couple minutes early, but our first presenter for today is Ben Stewart with Swift Comply. And this is going to be a short, like, kind of vendor presentation like we've had, or sponsored presentation, but a lot of pretreatment people here, I think, have heard of Swift Comply or have used it. So looking forward to Ben speaking.
Great, thank you so much, Chelsea. Appreciate being a part of the Arizona Pretreatment event. I believe this is our second or third year participating, so definitely always a pleasure. We work with multiple municipalities and water authorities down in Arizona, as well as across the nation. So it's always great to see some familiar faces. I am going to share my screen here. Perfect. So if you are not familiar with Swift Comply, basically we are a full service modular platform designed for streamlining the processes around environmental compliance, I guess is the quick and dirty way of describing it. So as you can see here, we work with over 400 cities across the country. Our services are, we started off as a fog platform, so fat, oil, and grease, and then started to branch out into backflow, stormwater. And one of the things that I'm really excited to talk to you guys about today is actually our industrial pretreatment module. We've had a lot of customer requests, a lot of client requests for a more comprehensive product for industrial pretreatment. And so we've used what we've learned from fat, oil, and grease and our other platforms to really build that. So looking forward to giving you kind of a sneak peek at that as well. So we're not only software company, what we really try to do is we try to drive a different approach to environmental compliance as a whole. We really want to help municipalities and water authorities take their programs from reactive to a more proactive approach. And what we have found is that the way that we are successful in doing that is really driving collaboration between all key stakeholders. And what that looks like is your city users, your regulated establishments or FSEs or industrial users, and then your suppliers or your service providers. And what we've ultimately found is that when all three of those pieces are engaged, not only at the city level does it take a lot of the repeatable tasks off of your plate in terms of entering data, trying to track down crucial documents, pump out manifests, sampling reports, but it also makes the experience easier for the service provider. They can easily submit that electronically, and for the regulated establishment because they have full visibility for everything that they need to do. And so we did recently just receive a SOC 2 certification as well. So we are a secure and trusted cloud solution. And I feel like the cloud portion is very, very integral to that collaboration because you have to have some type of solution that is device agnostic and can be accessed anywhere. It doesn't require anything to be downloaded. As long as you've got a smart device with a web browser on it or a laptop, you have the ability to be able to do that. And being able to do that while maintaining the security and the integrity of the data within. We've also built all of our solutions around an open architecture. So collaboration doesn't just stop with the stakeholders themselves, but you also have collaboration between your interdepartmental teams. You probably already have a tech stack that has some points of data living within it. And so what we've really tried to design here also is to have those programs being able to interface with one another so that crucial data can live in multiple places at once. And so we do have an open architecture built into all of these platforms. We can facilitate API connections to be able to connect to things like a customer care and billing platform, GIS platform, asset management, enterprise resource planning program, you name it. We're able to connect to anything that supports an API. And so when we look at the problem overall, so what we can definitely see is that teams, when they're out in the field, they want to be able to prepare for an inspection. They want to be able to have that data at their fingertips and to be able to do the same processes, but easier. So same routine, less paper, being able to digitize things like inspection forms to be able to complete those while in the field, saving the time of having to go back to the office, input the results of that particular inspection. Same can be said for industrial inspections, pump out manifests. The idea is to be able to have those manifests digitally delivered. And I think one of the main concerns that we generally run into when any municipality is looking at digitizing their compliance program is, well, how do I get my service providers to do this? And I know that there was some discussion yesterday around a preferred pumper program. We really like that model. We've had a lot of cities with a lot of success with that. But ultimately, it kind of has the same philosophy that we generally provide, and there has to be some payout for your service provider to do it. So not only does it save them time, but with things like a preferred pumper program, which we can also facilitate within our platform, they do have the ability of having more exposure to potential customers, right? So it's helping them drive their business. We want you to be able to see all of that crucial data at a bird's eye glance without having to pull any deep dive reports. So no more sorting through databases, spreadsheets. Everything should be laid out for you in a very easy to digest layout. Same can be said for reports for industrial users as well. And you need that data to actually be updated in real time as well, right? So as soon as the information is entered, whether it's actually out in the field or if it's back in the office, it's going to automatically sync. So yet another benefit of the cloud platform. But as I mentioned, we are constantly evolving and really trying to drive what we call the future of fog or the future of pretreatment. And so there are a couple different a couple different enhancements that we have just recently launched, and going to kind of give you a little bit of a sneak peek at that. So the first one is cradle to grave tracking for disposal sites. And this has actually been a relatively new rollout. So you'd have access to the information about your pumpers, trucks, disposal sites, waste types, notifications. And then, as I mentioned, GIS integration is crucial there as well. And so we are now able to track disposal locations. We can even capture, as you can see here, a digital signature for those while remote. From an industrial standpoint, again, you have multiple stakeholders. So we want the IU registration to be a very easy, modern process with Chromair controls in place when they apply. And on the topic of Chromair, I think one of the other great things about Swift Comply in comparison to just a piece of software is we actually have a full consultant and services offering as well. And so at this point, we've actually assisted up to, I think it's about a dozen cities through the process of Chromair compliance as well. And something that we are offering as well is if you do have some questions around that process or you'd like some assistance, definitely feel free to reach out to me. It's something that we're offering as we build this platform collaboratively with our users. And so the idea behind the industry's account is to be able to self-manage, direct the vendor support, so being able to contact any third-party service providers to be able to facilitate the various services that are required for that, being able to sign, submit, and repudiate reports electronically. So for any of our users that are using Fog, the dashboard, as you can see, is very similar. It is designed to be a user configurable dashboard as well. So meaning you would be able to have your key metrics at a bird's eye glance and whatever's relevant to your particular role. Be able to easily see a list of violations, your overall program analytics, your compliance deadlines, any type of mission critical task that needs to be scheduled out. And again, we can integrate with those CIS billing and LIMS data. Because it is cloud-based, it is also designed to be able to be mobile friendly and mobile optimized as well. So we have certain screens that are dynamic and specifically for mobile use. Specifically, the sampling forms, inspection forms will actually be dynamic and change entirely based off of the device that it's being used. Very good. So I'm actually going to stop there. As I mentioned, since we are actually offering that the Chromair consultation, if anybody does have any questions around that process or would like to get in touch with our consultant, we've brought on multiple pretreatment coordinators actually to the team just in the past couple months. So Morgan Crowell is actually, he was previously a pretreatment coordinator at Bend, Oregon. He's decided to join our team to help us really build this product from the eyes of somebody that would use it on a day-to-day basis, which has been really helpful. And in addition to that, Eric Snell has also been assisting with the Chromair compliance and some of the more consultant-based approaches as well. So if anybody does have any questions, as I mentioned, feel free to reach out. And thanks again. I appreciate the time.
Well, thank you, Ben, for a great presentation on Swift Comply. We do actually have one quick question that's already in the conversation, if you were willing to answer.
Oh, sure.
For the cradle to grave hauling, are municipalities the ones who are asking for this, or is it state or county that you're providing services for?
That's a great question. So it's actually a combination of both. So we've had users in both situations actually request this. And so after prioritizing it, we realized that it was an important feature for a lot of programs, and so we've been able to roll that out for either. So the great thing about it is it's designed to be configurable and customizable, very much like the rest of our platform. So we've seen multiple different use cases for it, so we can tweak for multiple different uses for that particular portion.
Thanks, Ben.
Absolutely.
We have one more. do the disposal sites have the ability to enter the manifest they receive?
Yes, so that's the crucial component of the cradle to grave tracking, is that the disposal sites themselves would have login specific to their site to be able to actually enter that information. However, if there is a concern about data integrity at that point, we can obviously configure read-write permissions to be able to have a parent-child type relationship for those as well.
Thank you.
Great.
I don't think we have any more questions. So thank you again for your support and for your vendor spotlight.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Not sure if it's Amelia is here yet. Yes,
I am.
She is. Awesome.
Hey.
So for Amelia, she's with EPA. Amelia is a physical scientist in EPA's Pacific Southwest Regional Office, Region 9 in San Francisco. She has worked in Region 9's NIFTY's permit office for 12 years, writing NIFTY's permits, providing technical permitting support to state environmental agencies, and serving as the Region 9 pretreatment coordinator. As pretreatment coordinator, she is responsible for managing EPA's oversight of industrial wastewater pretreatment in Arizona, California, Hawaii, Nevada, and the Pacific Island territories. Amelia holds a BA in environmental earth science from the University of California, Berkeley. Thank you for being here, Amelia, and take it away.
My pleasure. Thanks so much, Jolene. And it's so good to see so many familiar names, if not faces. I'm glad that we could be doing this virtually. And yeah, just a quick shout out. I had to obviously have my Arizona background. For those of you who don't know, my dad's from Arizona, and so I feel like it's definitely my second home. And so this is just from a couple of years ago at Saguaro National Park. So shout out to all the Pima County folks out there. Thank you for taking care of this awesome Sonoran Desert. But thank you all for all the work that you do. The reason that I am in working in pretreatment is because I really love the collaborative relationship that folks at every level of government and even in industry have. That it's a pretty clear, nice goal to want clean water and to want our sewers to not explode. Pretreatment is a really sort of obvious program in terms of what it's trying to achieve, and so it's really exciting to get to partner with you all in protecting all of you who work at wastewater treatment plants or within your sewer shed, working with the sewers, but also the public that is surrounding those sewers at all times, and everybody and everything that uses the water that your wastewater treatment plants or recycling plants or resource recovery plants, whatever you call them, wherever they're discharging to. So big thank you to all of you for doing this work, and again, more than happy to be here. So with that, I will attempt to start sharing my screen. Let's see here. Okay, so hopefully you can see EPA pretreatment updates up on the screen.
Yep, Amelia, you're good to go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And also just a heads up, I know we got started a little bit early on this presentation. If we have time at the end, I have a bonus industrial user categorization quiz if anyone's interested. We can vote on that, but also I want to make sure that there's time for questions and answers if folks want as well. So in terms of EPA updates, national pretreatment updates, we're going to be talking about some good old topics that have been around for a little while. As with anything in the government, most of these take a few years to implement once they're finalized. So they're definitely still probably relevant, and people have probably been thinking about them and wondering where they're at. So we'll go through those, and we'll also talk about some more recent efforts since they're. And one thing when I submitted this a few weeks ago that had not been finalized yet was the bipartisan infrastructure bill that recently got adopted, and that is going to be funneling, I believe, 50 billion of those dollars are coming to EPA's Office of Water and to regions to support various efforts. So I hope that that you all are in close contact with your state folks. If you have EPA contacts regarding grant funding, certainly reach out to them, but also certainly keep an eye out on EPA's website regarding grant opportunities that are going to be coming out with this new funding opportunity. So one oldie but goodie is the NPDES electronic reporting rule. I'm going to be going through these. I know that there were a lot of really great presentations yesterday about pretreatment, and I know that you all are pretty familiar with it. But it sounds like, hopefully there's good awareness of some of the acronyms that I'm going to be using here. But certainly, if anyone has questions, again, feel free to type them in, and I'll try to answer them. Or Jolene, if there's anything that comes up that's urgent, please feel free to jump in, and I can clarify any acronyms as we go through.
I will let you know, Amelia.
Thank you. So anyway, so the NPDES electronic reporting rule was finalized almost 6 years ago now, back in 2015, December 2015, and it was only intended to try to minimize paper reporting, try to replace that with electronic reporting. It didn't change any of the information that needed to be reported, it just changed the format. And as you'll see on this next slide, for pretreatment, for under this rule, it only covered two types of reports. The first being the reports that POTWs that your local pretreatment programs submit to your approval authority. So in Arizona, that's ADEQ. Though for, I don't know if there are tribal representatives as well, but on tribal lands, for any POTWs that are on tribal lands, those would be coming to to EPA. So those reports are going to need to be submitted electronically starting in now 2025. The deadline used to be 2020, I believe, and it was extended extended 5 years to allow states and EPA to finalize their reporting databases. So one thing that I like to try to remind folks is that for these, I mentioned one of the types of reports. The other type of report is where there are significant industrial user compliance reports that go straight to the state or to EPA, where the POTW that they're discharging to does not have an approved program. So all of these reports are ones that are coming to either the state or EPA, and therefore the state and EPA are responsible for having the reporting database, for developing and implementing the reporting database that you all would use in order to submit your reports. I know that in Arizona, I believe a lot of the programs currently submit their annual pretreatment reports electronically, which is awesome. I do also want to clarify that for this electronic reporting, it's going to be a little bit more detailed. I believe my understanding is that currently all of those that submit their pretreatment reports electronically are doing it via PDF, which is great and fine. And by December 21st, 2025, ADQ and EPA will have reporting databases where you can enter in specific items, specific pieces of information that are requested under those reports. This includes tracking all significant industrial users. And I will admit that this is going to be a big lift, probably the first year that you use it. But hopefully the intent is that it will be a much easier lift thereafter, because all the information that was previously submitted will be saved in association with your account. And you won't have to resubmit like the same significant industrial user information year after year. That will be preserved in the system, and you'll be able to key in any changes to existing users, or any deletions, or obviously any additions. You can add those as well. But the hope is that this will be it may definitely be a big lift the first year that you do it, but hopefully not too burdensome for years after. It'll just be a slight change in format. And one of the main goals, besides just saving paper and hopefully saving y'all some stamp money, is to make sure that we have all this information searchable. Right now, we don't actually have a way to compile other than manually going through individual annual pretreatment reports to compile, like, how many metal finishers are there? We have some estimates. It's not tied to current up-to-date annual reports that we receive from pretreatment programs. And it'll be a really awesome tool to be able to search for, the number of any given type of industry within the US. You all will, I hope, very much be able to make use of this if you have a new industrial user coming into your town and they're part of a larger company. You can look up where there are other, other plants associated with with this industry, and talk to the pretreatment programs there about. You might be able to get example permits, see what pollutants of concern they've been dealing with there, and so this is intended to be a resource not only for the regulator community, but for anyone that's involved in a pretreatment program. So like I said, this is still under development. We still got a few more years until the final compliance deadline of 2025. And I don't know if any of you have already been working with Carrie Johnston in our Office of Compliance at headquarters. Carrie's great and has been leading the overall NPDES electronic reporting rule. There is a specific technical work group that kicked off a few years ago for pretreatment specifically. And there was some work. It got a little bit delayed because of the delay in this rule. They were initially trying to meet the 2020 deadline, and now luckily have a few more years to go. But if you are interested at all in participating in this technical work group, they're mostly looking for anybody who would be willing to provide input on sort of the structure of the electronic reporting, functionality, usability, anything like that would be really helpful. We certainly know the content of what it needs to contain, but the formatting is still being finalized. So that's an area where we would love input. And here is Carrie's contact information. And I believe these slides will all be available afterwards as well, in addition to the recording. So please reach out to Carrie if you have any interest in participating. Now, whenever I talk about NPDES electronic reporting, one of the more common questions that I get from local pretreatment programs is, Oh, well, does this have to do with the reports that we receive from our industrial users? Does it, does it allow for that? Does it require us to be receiving, uh, excuse me, electronic reports from our industrial users? Are we allowed to do that? And that was a lot of questions I just asked myself all in a row. Anyway, the NPDES electronic reporting rule, like I was saying earlier, doesn't deal with any reports that local pretreatment programs, excuse me, accept from their industrial users. But I like to include the slide because we actually have some guidance published a few years ago, back in 2018, about how your POTW can accept electronic reports from your IUs, from your industrial users, in place of paper copies. I will emphasize, you can always accept both. That is totally fine. You don't need to do anything differently to, you don't need to modify your pretreatment program if you want to accept both electronic electronic versions of hard copy reports, that you also receive the hard copy report from your industrial users. It's totally fine to have both. But if you want to do electronic in place of hard copy, save that paper, again, save your IU some money on stamps, if they're not just dropping it off in person, then there is a two-step process that you need to go through. And some of the folks here in Arizona are probably able to give you some feedback on this. They are going through this process currently, or at least looking into this process currently. And it is, so the two steps, the first step is seeking approval through what we call CROMER. It's our cross-media electronic reporting rule. And that is a rule that basically covers the data system that you would be using to accept electronic reports, to make sure that that information is secure when it's submitted, to make sure that the information is preserved when it's submitted, that it's not changeable, and that the electronic signatures from your industrial users meet the requirements of our federal and Arizona state regulations. So that's the first step, is just making sure that that data system is approved or approvable under the cross-media electronic reporting rule. One nice thing now that you can find out about by going to EPA's CROMER website, you can just use this acronym and look it up, is that there are actually data systems out there already that are ready off the shelf with CROMER approval. This was a relatively recent development. In the past, any data system had to go through the CROMER approval process, but now there are off-the-shelf options that have already gone through that process. So that step can be basically as easy as purchasing a product. And certainly you can also still, develop your own product or choose a different product and still go through the CROMER approval process. That's definitely still an option as well. So you've got both of those options open to you. The second step of the approval in order to accept electronic reports from your industrial users in place of hard copy is getting your pretreatment program modified by your approval authority, so by ADQ. And that one would hopefully be also a not too burdensome one. From what I've heard from other folks in our region who have gone through this process, the CROMER approval is much more difficult for folks that are not buying the off-the-shelf products. I don't actually know anyone who has done that process yet. But the second step of this process, getting approval from your approval authority, is generally pretty easy. As with any pretreatment program modification, I definitely encourage you to talk to your approval authority early and often throughout the process to make sure that they're aware of, that you are planning to go through this this process. They can, ask questions early on if they have any, and if they have any comments. Hopefully, those are addressable early on in the process and would lead to it just being a very, very quick turnaround for approval by the time you are ready to submit your modification request. So again, this fact sheet, this guidance document is available on our website. You can also just just search for it on the internet and it should pop up. But here it is if you want to type it in from the slideshow. Now, this is another oldie but goodie. For anybody that has used any of our EPA pretreatment guidance manuals, you may have noticed that many of them are many decades old. A lot of them were developed in the first couple decades of the National Pretreatment Program's existence, and we are slowly trying to update them to make sure that they reflect current regulations. And also just to make sure that they are as helpful and usable by everybody. Mostly by our main audience for a lot of these is local pretreatment programs, and so our goal is in updating these is not only to make sure that the information is correct and up to date, but also that it's as complete as we can make it. We frequently get questions that or maybe not frequently, but we definitely more than occasionally get questions that don't really have answers in our available guidance manuals that maybe should. And this is a great opportunity for us to provide, guidance is non-binding. It's meant just to be a tool to help sort of make your pretreatment program function as effectively as possible. And so they're just intended to be resources for you all. And we can give our excuse me, not only point to what the regulatory requirements are, but also give input on considerations that may be helpful or approaches that may be helpful for achieving a certain end goal that you're looking for. Anyway, so we have had a lot of these on the list, on the updating to-do list for a little while. So far on this list, the only one that we've completed has been the one at the top, the IU Inspection and Sampling Manual for POTWs. Hopefully you all have the newest version of this. Again, it was mainly updated to try to include more information about certain questions that we were getting from POTWs about how to inspect or sample your industrial users. And so I hope that the new guidance manual is helpful and is answers a few more questions than the previous one did. So similarly, for the rest of these, I don't have an expected timeline for any of these right now, but I do want to encourage anyone who is who currently uses any of these or has used any of these and has run into any points of confusion, anything that's unclear in these guidance manuals, or if you were looking for an answer that you couldn't find in any of our manuals, please reach out and let me know. Those are exactly the kinds of things that we would love to include in these updates. And again, our our main goal is to make these usable for you all. So any way that we can do that, we would be very grateful for the feedback. So just let me know, and you don't have to review them start to finish. It can just be sort of, as you use them for your normal work. If you run across anything that you think could be improved, feel free to just shoot me an email or call me up, and I would love to hear. Now, this is a rule under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, RCRA, regarding hazardous waste handling and disposal. It's not the Clean Water Act. So hopefully some of you are familiar with this rule. And I wanted to mention this rule that was finalized back in 2018 because there is a little bit of overlap with pretreatment, not in the sense that you all have to do anything. And we actually, the reason that I put this FAQ link at the bottom here is because we have a frequently asked question in there that we were getting quite frequently after this rule was finalized. This rule prohibits, among other things, prohibits healthcare facilities from storing hazardous waste pharmaceuticals. So any pharmaceuticals that that are considered hazardous waste, and that could be based on sort of um, the characteristics of the hazardous waste, I mean, of the pharmaceutical. It could also, there were two, I believe two listed, specifically listed pharmaceuticals, one of them being nicotine, I believe, that as part of this rule are defined as being hazardous waste. And so any healthcare facilities, which generally includes like just residential healthcare facilities, so things like it doesn't even have to be residential, but generally like senior care health facilities or hospitals, they are now no longer allowed to send any hazardous waste pharmaceuticals down the drain. And anyway, I mentioned that we had been getting a question frequently from a lot of pretreatment programs, which was, so what do we need to do to enforce this? And the answer is really, you don't need to do anything. This is a rule under RCRA that is going to be looked at and enforced by local hazardous waste entities. Presumably, certainly if you are, if you permit or inspect any healthcare facilities, this is definitely something that you can look for when you're doing your pretreatment inspections. And if you find out about anything, you can refer it. Hopefully, you know who your local has waste contacts are, either in your county or your city, depending on how they're sort of divided up. Sometimes they're a different jurisdiction than your sewer shed is, but hopefully you know who your local contacts are, and you can certainly refer to them. You can also, you are welcome to incorporate an associated or similar prohibition in your sewer use ordinance if you would like. You don't have to. It is something that exists outside of Clean Water Act authority, and so it's optional if you care to incorporate it into your sewer use ordinance. We've said that the only time it would be required would be if you had something in your sewer use ordinance that specifically conflicted with this. But as far as I'm aware, I am not aware of any sewer use ordinances that say, you know, pharmaceuticals are a-okay to be flushed down the drain. You know, if that is the case, you can certainly reach out to me and we can talk about it. You may need to update that in your sewer use ordinance, but I am not aware of any cases like that. So Clean Water Act methods updates are something that happens every year or every other year, more or less. They happen pretty frequently, and they're generally just updates to our EPA sampling and analysis for certain parameters. So sometimes there are just some updates to reflect the latest lab science in performing laboratory analysis of different pollutants or different parameters. Sometimes there are new methods that have been developed that we have gone through a multi-lab validation of, and then we can promulgate as a new EPA-approved Clean Water Act method. Sometimes there are alternative test procedure approvals that folks have submitted that can be acknowledged in these updates. In the latest update, there are way too many to list here. So I definitely recommend, my general recommendation here is just to check with your lab to make sure that they're aware of the updates. I am not a chemist myself. I specialize in hopefully the same thing that you all do, which is in the operation of sewers and wastewater treatment plants. But like you all probably as well, I rely very heavily on lab staff to know what's happening throughout the sewer shed and throughout the treatment plant. And so as long as your lab folks are aware of this, know sort of what the updates were, then you should be in good shape. Now, this one is probably the meatiest slide that we have in terms of our updates. You may be aware that every year or every other year, we publish a plan that talks about any updates to, to effluent limitation guidelines. These effluent limitation guidelines are basically the technology-based limits for for certain industries that contain categorical pretreatment standards. They also contain direct discharge standards for industries that discharge directly to water of the U.S. But as many of you know, there are categorical pretreatment standards that apply to different industrial categories. And so every year or every other year, depending on just the timing of when we have updates, we publish a plan that talks about all of the current studies that we're doing, all of the current industry categories that we're looking at, seeing, whether there have been updates to, or not updates, but whether there have been changes to industry practices in those categories, to materials used and potential pollutants produced or generated or discharged by those industries. Whether there have been any changes to treatment processes that could be, or other pollution prevention measures that could be of use at certain industries. Again, just as a quick, background on this, categorical pretreatment standards are technology-based standards. They are based on what sort of levels of pollutants are achievable across the nation for a certain type of industry based on, again, pollution prevention practices and treatment technologies. We don't specify specific treatment technologies that need to be used, but we look at what treatment technologies are available and economically achievable to reduce pollutants to a certain level and set that level of pollutants as a discharge standard for that industry. So after that quick background on ELGs and categorical standards, I'll use those terms interchangeably here since we're all in the pretreatment world and we're only we're most concerned about the categorical pretreatment standards portion of effluent limitations guidelines. So anyway, for the most recent plan that was published, it was published a couple of months ago. We just finished accepting public comments on it, I think at the end of September. It might have even been October, I'm not sure. But anyway, it was recent. This is all available on our website. And again, this is just a plan. So these plans are, we're in this one in particular, we're talking about a multi-industry study to look at PFAS discharges. And I see on the agenda that we're going to have what promises to be an awesome presentation from Paula at ADQ talking about PFAS and wastewater coming up. So I'm sure that she is going to talk more about some of these sources of PFAS at local treatment plants. And EPA is very, very actively trying to look at PFAS generation, PFAS discharges from various industries to try to help prevent more at the source the generation and discharge of these harmful pollutants. So that includes such industries as OCPSF for short, the organic chemicals, plastics, and synthetic fibers category, includes the metal finishing category when it comes to chrome plating. And then we're also looking at landfills and textile mills, in addition to some other industries like metal products and machinery, and explosives manufacturing. So those are sort of scattered throughout here. This is a big focus of this latest planning document. We also have some studies going on related to the meat and poultry products category. So I know that I believe there are at least some POTWs in Arizona that accept wastewater from meat and poultry products industries. This category doesn't currently contain any pre-treatment standards, and I don't know if EPA is even looking at. I haven't been directly involved in this, but if you are interested in participating, I know that EPA is looking to get information related to these industries. And for those of you that have these industries in your service area, you may be able to provide helpful feedback. So again, just let me know, or you can visit our website, our effluent limitations, our effluent guidelines planning website to find the contacts where you can help provide feedback if you'd like. And then lastly, which is actually one of the middle bullets here, we're planning to publish a proposed supplemental rulemaking for the steam electric power generating category. This has been a category that has sort of gone back and forth over the past couple administrations. And so it looks like it's continuing to do that. I should mention that the updates are limited to certain types of waste streams, certain types of operations at steam electric power generating plants that I don't believe are currently covered for any indirect discharges, any industrial users in Arizona at this point. It's flue gas desulfurization waste streams and what's the other one? Anyway, you can certainly, if you have any steam electric power generating plants in your service area, you can definitely check out this plan. And I'm blanking on the second waste stream. I don't think it's probably going to affect hopefully anyone's industries in your service area, but definitely check it out. Certainly, if not for that, for some of these other categories, because metal finishing at the very least is super common, and a lot of these PFAS related studies and efforts may certainly be of interest to you all. Now, down at the bottom, I told you this was a meaty slide. I'm including a link here for EPA's Industrial Wastewater Treatment Technology Database, or IWTT database. This is something that we had started a few years ago, relatively recently. It's a compilation of peer-reviewed articles that talk about various treatment technologies. Usually looking at certain pollutants, treatment technologies for certain pollutants, but sometimes they're based on certain industry categories. I have found this to be a somewhat useful, or it can be a quite useful resource if you have industries in your service area that are struggling to meet discharge limits. You can search this database, you can search it by industry type, you can search it by treatment technology, or you can search it by pollutant. So if someone's just having trouble, meeting their local copper limits, it doesn't have to be based on a certain type of industry or anything. You can search this database and find peer-reviewed articles about copper treatment technologies. So it's a nice sort of compendium of available technologies that may be of interest to your users, maybe of interest to you all if you're if somebody is struggling to achieve a certain pollutant level and you're like, oh well, I want to see what the current technology is out there. Even if you're not recommending a specific treatment technology to the industry, you just want to do sort of a ground truthing of, should this be achievable? This can be a really helpful database. So make sure to check it out and let me know. It gets continually updated with new articles as they come out. So hopefully it becomes more and more useful over time. All right. So here in Arizona, this is probably a particularly interesting topic when it comes to water availability and folks potentially looking at treatment plants for possible water reuse. So I know that some plants definitely are already doing this, may have been doing this for quite some time. And EPA back in 2020 announced this National Water Reuse Action Plan. And this has to do with various types of water reuse. It can certainly include things like irrigation and just like local watering or sort of non-contact reuse, like for ornamental ponds or things like that, all the way to indirect or even direct potable reuse. So it discusses reuse in a number of different contexts, but the whole goal of this is to help improve our water resources. So making sure that water is readily available, especially in areas like our arid Southwest, and making sure that when that water is available, that it is safe and reliable. It is super important, especially when it comes to potable reuse, that any water that's being reused is meeting all of the same requirements and sometimes meeting even stronger requirements than regular drinking water, just to help with perception of there can be sometimes some reactions from the public, from your constituents about drinking reused wastewater. And so it's really important to make sure that, in your outreach, if you are pursuing potable reuse, let's say, or even any of these other types of reuse, that anybody that's aware of it feels comfortable with it, or can become comfortable with it. And so this National Water Reuse Action Plan is a pretty long document. It discusses, again, a lot of different types of reuse, but there is one action item in particular that is related to pretreatment. Because pretreatment actually plays a huge, or it can play a huge role in making sure that the quality of water that is coming to your wastewater plant, I'll use that in quotes, uh, is reliable, that if you're getting anything from industries that could potentially cause pass-through or interference, and could disrupt normal reuse operations, pretreatment is a great first line of defense, to make sure that you're, you know, you're able to ensure that the source water that is going to reuse is safe. It's not getting spikes of pollutants every once in a while because of some industry that is either batch discharging or potentially violating their discharge standards. That pretreatment can be a really, really critical part of ensuring that water is safe for reuse, or that you have an early warning system if something's coming to the plant that isn't safe, because that may happen for at the very least if someone has if some industrial user either discharges something they weren't aware that they should have, or if they have a violation. That's, as everyone who works in pretreatment knows, that there are occasionally violations, and you need to know how to respond to those. And so pretreatment, again, can be an amazing first line of defense in knowing that those things have happened. If you have good relationships with your industrial users and can hear from them about anything that they are planning to discharge that could be of concern, or that they have discharged that could be of concern, that information can be so critical when you are when your wastewater treatment plant is supplying water for reuse, making sure that you can either divert that load or otherwise treat or take care of that load. It sounds so dark in that way, but manage that risk and make sure that it's not causing any danger on the reuse side. So, and I apologize, we had actually published our national water reuse plan a few years earlier than February 2020, but that was the action plan that we had published, version 1, and we're planning to update the action plan. Well, we were planning to update it in spring. I don't believe it's been updated yet. Check our website to see if it has. But we definitely will keep our national water reuse action plans updated on our website. And if you want to hear about updates, we have a listserv that you can sign up for by just emailing waterreuse@epa.gov. So a similar effort that is actually coming out of a different agency than EPA, from the U.S. Department of Energy, but certainly related, is about water security. So this obviously can go hand in hand with water reuse. And as you can see, one of the goals for trying to ensure safe, secure, and affordable water that's outlined in this plan is to double resource recovery from municipal wastewater. So that resource recovery in this sense is looking at water, and again, as many of you know, water reuse can come in a lot of forms. It can go towards a number of different uses. It can also, honestly, as many of you are well aware, happen at industries themselves. Any industrial users that you have this opportunity as well to potentially reuse wastewater on site. Or if you are producing a level of water from your POTW that is then usable by industries, that's another opportunity for recycling. So there are all these interwoven threads of possibilities and opportunities for water recycling or water reuse, in addition to all of the other resource recovery that that can happen at wastewater treatment plants or resource recovery plants, related to biosolids, related to energy from high strength organic materials. I know that there's certainly co-digestion happening at least some plants, I believe, in Arizona. I need at least one plant. And yeah, these are all really important opportunities, especially as we're going through droughts. We will continue to be dealing with droughts, and I think this is going to become more and more of I would say over time, I think it's going to become more and more of an accepted expectation by the public, that this relatively clean water that is coming from wastewater treatment plants by the end of the process is going to be able to be beneficially reused for any number of purposes. So again, just keep up the good work. I know that you all have been on more on the front end of this, so to speak, trying to look for these opportunities to produce really good quality water that can be reused. So keep it up, and certainly keep us informed, and take advantage of the new funding opportunities that I mentioned earlier related to the infrastructure bill. I think a lot of them are going to be, a lot of them may be particularly tied to reuse. So definitely check out those opportunities. And then just to wrap up, we were talking about resource recovery when it comes to water. One thing that, again, some plants have been doing for quite some time now. This is not probably new information for any of you on the call, but food or high strength organic waste can be a really amazing opportunity for resource recovery. EPA has been looking at trying to, we have this food recovery hierarchy that you can see down at the bottom for least preferred. We're trying to divert food from going to landfills or being incinerated. There are a lot of opportunities to make sure this doesn't happen, or to reduce this this food waste. Going up the chain, composting can be a really good option. But what we're more looking at is just trying to divert, similar to pretreatment, looking upstream, and trying to reduce food waste. But the one in particular that I want to highlight that has some overlap with pretreatment, because most of you may not be working in food management things in your municipality, but industrial uses. So this actually, this middle yellow button or portion that sort of blends together with the lower composting. Industrial uses actually includes co-digestion at wastewater treatment plants. And so for those of you that currently have co-digestion or that are considering doing co-digestion, this is definitely in our minds and probably in yours as well, a better opportunity to make use of food waste than just having it be sent to landfill. You can generate energy for operation of your plant. You can generate energy for other purposes, for putting back into the grid if you'd like. But this is, again, this is not the highest priority in terms of EPA's food recovery hierarchy for reducing food waste, but it is one of a suite of options for reducing food waste and trying to generate hopefully generate some energy in the meantime. So you can definitely check out. We have some resources on this, and you can check out again EPA's website on food recovery and sustainable management of food, talking about trying to reduce food loss and waste following the UN Sustainable Development Goal, reduce it by half by 2030, which is not so far away. So with that, I'm going to exit out of this and go back and see if we have questions that I can answer.
There's not been really much questions in the chat, mostly
Okay.
the database that seemed like it was really cool. There were some questions about the software that's Chrome Air compliant, but I think some other people helped out the person answering the question. I actually have a question for you. Can you speak to the WOTUS ever-changing rules?
Yeah. So this is another example of something that's been sort of swinging back and forth with different administrations. Yeah, so we have definitely we have published our intent to re-update our definition of waters of the U.S., WOTUS. And in the meantime, there have been some court decisions. I know in Arizona in particular that had the definition. The court decided that the definition would revert to. Oh gosh, I am not a lawyer, and I I don't know the specifics of this decision, but I believe it was not even the previous, but like the 1980 something version of the definition of the waters of the U.S. That we had federally. I very much what I can at least say is I feel y'all. It's not an easy time to be trying to figure out what is a water of the U.S. right now, and especially in arid areas where a lot of your water bodies are not there all year round, and they have sort of intermittent connections. It can be really tough. Our goal, I should say, a lot of us at EPA, our goal is to try to have as clear of guidance and definitions as possible. It is really hard when it is this much of a political sort of lightning rod. And we have, again, anybody who works in government probably knows this, but it is difficult when you have political changes every couple of years, and the new political appointees that come in are just yeah, they're they would like these changed. So I guess at this point we have published our the answer to your question is we've published our intent to update this definition, where I think we're hopefully sort of zeroing in on what I hope will be a sustainable definition, one that will be supported by courts in addition to being hopefully not changed by future administrations. I definitely, unfortunately, can't guarantee it, but in the meantime, certainly, again, reach out to the folks at ADQ and to folks at EPA, and we'll do everything that we can to help answer questions and try to make things as clear and stable as we can, given the changing regulatory definitions in the meantime.
Thanks, Amelia.
Yeah,
We do have another question. So do you envision EPA allowing remote inspections again based on COVID restrictions?
Yeah, so hopefully there was a short time earlier this year where we were actually allowed to go out and do some inspections. That lasted maybe a month. Excuse me. Yeah, and certainly with the Delta variant of COVID, we stopped traveling again. I know that many of you have been going out and doing inspections even during COVID, and I'm so impressed. It's I definitely consider folks working in the pretreatment program to be first line workers as well. This is, you're definitely on the front lines. So yeah, we anyway, but this is about remote inspections. I think we've definitely realized that for as an approval authority from EPA perspective and from ADQ's perspective, I think we've found that there can be a fair amount of information that we can collect remotely. And that you all at a local level, I don't know, Dave, if you were wondering if you'll be able to do remote inspections as a control authority of your industrial users. There are definitely opportunities, I think, to do sort of, I think what we're maybe envisioning for the future is maybe doing sort of a combined effort that, if you're collecting information about like reporting information, mainly hospitals. Fair enough. Yeah, I think safety definitely comes first here, and we support we support trying to you all trying to do whatever you can to protect your safety, protect the safety of others in your service area by minimizing human to human contact where there are risks of infection. I think that's really important, and definitely talk with ADQ, definitely talk with us about any concerns that you have specifically with healthcare facilities, because that's a very real thing, and very real risk, and there may very well be opportunities to certainly doing like exterior inspections can be a lot safer than doing interior ones. So there may be opportunities to minimize your risk while still getting the information that you need for protection of your plant.
Thanks, Amelia. And to piggyback on that, do you envision like guidelines being issued by EPA or like a state authority or whatever that to help with that, or do you think it'll still just be kind of like each program can tailor it to themselves to how to do visual or virtual inspections?
So at least from an EPA perspective, I'm not aware of anything currently being developed, written guidance. So at this point, it would be probably just one-on-one discussions of what you're dealing with and how what makes sense for your specific program. I don't know if ADQ wants to speak to if there's anyone on them that wants to speak to their approach, but they may be taking the same approach. I'm not sure.
Are there any other questions? Anybody want to vocalize? You put up your hand, mute. If not, you said you had a quiz?
I do, yeah. So yeah, I'm happy to fill this time with a little bonus presentation on.
It might give some people the hints to think of questions too.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, and definitely, continue asking questions in the chat. But in the meantime, I am gonna share this presentation on industrial user categorization, and there is a short quiz at the end, and I was going to have people hopefully try to vote using thumbs up or thumbs down. I need to make sure I can see. I guess it doesn't really honestly matter if I can see or not. I'm not judging anyone. No one's getting graded on these quizzes. So you can when we get to the questions, you can go ahead and put a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you want to vote. You don't have to. You can just try to guess the answer. Again, this is not these answers are not being, well, I guess they are being recorded. What am I saying? I won't make people go on record as answering these questions, but you can
recorded but not being graded.
Okay, yes, exactly. There's no pressure here. This is just for fun, and hopefully to get you thinking about some questions that we often get when it comes to industrial user categorization. So just before we get to the quiz questions, in general, our guidance when it comes to finding industrial users and categorizing industrial users, the first step is obviously finding them. So making sure that you have a complete inventory of all the industrial users in your service area. And I say finding IUs as opposed to finding SIUs here, because you really want to know, you want to have a good sense of, excuse me, of all your industrial users, just to be sure of what sort of waste you're getting. Just, knowing about your non-significant industrial users, it doesn't mean that you have to permit them. It doesn't mean that you have to inspect them unless that's required at your local level. But it's just good to know what your industry base is, just so you know things like, if you get a spike of a certain pollutant and you have like an industrial laundry that, well, they may be an SIU. They're not categorical necessarily, but they could, depending on the types of industries that they serve, who they're washing garments for, or who they're washing like shop towels for, anything like that. If you get spikes of a pollutant, it's good to know about an industry like that could be a source. So anyway, when it comes to finding IUs, definitely we encourage all of these approaches as part of making sure that you're aware who's in your service area. Surveys can be really periodic surveys. We don't have a specific frequency that you would need to do these at. There's nothing required, but they can be really helpful for, just having sort of a backstop of, you may have been taking all these other approaches, and keeping an eye out when you go out and do your inspections in the fields to see if there's any new industries coming into town. You may be partnering with other departments, but IU surveys really can be a very helpful periodic check on whether you've got the most up-to-date information about all your industrial users. Reconnaissance visits are really helpful. Like I said, these can honestly often be a part of just going out and doing field work. Different programs take different approaches. I've definitely heard of programs that mix up the industries that they're their inspectors visit. It could be helpful to have the same person over time for a given industry, but it can also be helpful to mix it up, just to get a set of fresh eyes, not only at the industry itself, but also at like on the drive out to the industry. Having a fresh pair of eyes, maybe taking a different route to get out there can be really helpful. Just having eyes in the field, it's something that you already have, and so you might as well make the most of it. One really key approach, I can't emphasize this enough, it can be extremely helpful in making sure that you all are aware of new businesses or changed businesses, mostly new businesses coming into town, is partnering with whoever your local agency is that issues business licenses, or your planning department, whoever is responsible for getting information about new industries or new businesses in town. I can't tell you how helpful it seems to be to have a good relationship with them, and I definitely know cities or counties or sewer agencies that actually have a partnership with those with their commerce departments or business license departments, where the pretreatment group actually gets a chance to review any new applications, and those applications can't be approved until the pretreatment department okays them. And that okay usually means that they have gotten the information that they need from the industry. They've gotten an application for a sewer permit or something like that. And definitely just keeping lines of communication open with these different departments, or with fire departments, or I mentioned local hazardous waste authorities. It is so valuable, again, to make use of these resources that already hopefully exist in your service area. You can definitely get a lot of really useful information, and oftentimes, you know, they can be willing to help. You know, sometimes there are some political barriers to, you know, establishing a process like this for new businesses. But at the very least, hopefully they're willing to share information. If not, you know, establish a process where you make sure that you get the information you need before a business license can be approved. So I definitely encourage that. And then at the very least, the internet, as you may know, is a great resource for information. One thing that I mention a lot, because when we go out and do pretreatment inspections and audits, and we don't really, we don't do this so much in Arizona where ADQ is doing it, but we will sometimes, when we're going out and doing an audit or an inspection, just do a quick internet search and see if we can find any industries that seem like they maybe should be significant industrial users, but that aren't listed on the pretreatment program's annual report. And vast majority of times that we do this, we get out to do the pretreatment inspection or pretreatment audit, and you know, we say, oh, have you, you know, we ask the program, have you heard about this industry? The vast majority of times they'll be like, yeah, we went out and we, you know, we inspected them when they first came into town, and it turns out that they're only doing powder coating. They're not doing any, you know, any metal finishing core operations. That vast majority of the times, the pretreatment programs know about them, are aware of them, have been keeping track of them, and are doing everything that we would hope. That's exactly what we're looking for. Every once in a while, you know, especially in some pretty large service areas, the pretreatment program may not have been aware of it, or was not, you know, had not heard about it, or it had been an industry that had changed and they weren't aware. And so it can be really helpful to, you know, before you're getting an inspection or an audit from your approval authority, you can do the same exact thing. You have access to these same resources that we do, to just do a quick search for different types of industry in your area. We're not using anything that's not public info, and you know, this is something that you can do anytime, not just prior to an inspection or an audit, but yeah, make the most of it. So now, once you've found all your industrial users, you have to start trying to figure out who is subject to categorical pretreatment standards, or who, you know, or if they're not, and if they're a significant industrial user, what sort of standards may be applicable to them. So we're going to focus here on categorical industrial users, how to categorize them. And there are a lot of really great resources that you can use in addition to the categorical regulations themselves, which hopefully you know where to find. If not, we've got a handy link here. Just a quick reminder, because this is a question that we get frequently, that if a categorical pretreatment standard only says something like comply with Part 403 or reserved, or says no limit. Also, quick fact, because it took me way too long to figure this out, and it still comes up from time to time. There are some categories that say no limit for one parameter, and then below it they have a different parameter and it says DO period. That means ditto. Apparently it was some shorthand back in the 80s that I don't think is so well known now. I certainly didn't know it, but it took me a while to figure that one out. So anyway, if there are no limits in, and sometimes they say comply with 403 and there are these other limits, in which case, you know, that does have categorical limits. But if it doesn't have any specific limits, only says comply with Part 403 or says no limit or reserved, those don't count as categorical limits. So any industrial user subject to those categories would not be a categorical industrial user. Anyway, for the ones that do have categorical standards, those categories all, obviously have regulations associated with them, the categorical limits or categorical standards in our federal regulations. There are also rule preambles that go into more detail about the applicability of the categories, what sort of operations are covered, what sort of waste streams are covered. Similarly, technical development documents have been developed for every single one of these categories, sometimes multiple times if there have been updates. And these are often like 1,000-page long documents that go through not only sometimes more helpful details about applicability of the category, but also, I mentioned earlier during our updates presentation that all categorical standards are technology-based, based on, best practices or normal operations for industries, based on treatment technologies that are considered achievable and affordable. This is all detailed in these technical development documents, and these are all available on our website. If you go to this link at the top, these generally contain, for any category that you're interested in, all of these documents, all of these relevant documents. There's also an economic analysis document that goes into developing these categories. Sometimes there are guidance documents, sometimes there aren't. It's just, usually when there's been interest in getting a little bit more detail about how to categorize those industries. And then certainly, maybe, like I said at the beginning of this presentation, those of us who work in pretreatment are hopefully all doing it because we like it. And one of my favorite parts of the job is being able to help those of you on the ground doing this work in person day to day are able to do it as effectively as you can. And anything I can do to make that easier, I am going to be more than willing. So once you've identified a specific category that may be applicable, and maybe subcategories that may be applicable, you got to figure out whether the pretreatment standards for existing sources or new sources apply. This can be an interesting question sometimes. Hopefully, sometimes it's nice and obvious, especially if it's a new industry coming into town. Also, just FYI, safety check. Don't ever do the thing that this guy is doing on the in the picture at the bottom. I can't remember. I think my predecessor Keith Silva took this picture and said it was like tank surfing, something like that. Anyway, not super safe. So please don't do it. If you see anyone doing it, hopefully they're fine. Anyway, just a quick note of for safety. But yeah, one thing to keep in mind that for existing industrial users, sometimes there are updates to their equipment or operations. Sometimes you can have a combination of new sources and existing sources within the same facility, even if it's a single permitted facility. That is totally an option that can occur. Also, if existing operations move to a new building, or we've had cases where there's been a fire and all of the equipment was taken out and then reassembled for a metal finisher, and just by virtue of reassembling all of the same existing equipment qualified the industry as a new source as of that date. So anyway, with that background, we've got, it looks like 9 minutes until this is up. I think we can get through a couple of questions. So for those of you who are somewhat familiar with metal finishing, and this is going to rely hopefully on some familiarity with metal finishing. If you don't know it, that's fine. You're welcome to go look up regulations right now if you'd like to multitask, or you can just wait until the next one. We've got different categories that we're talking about here. So in this scenario, we've got a titanium process.
Amelia,
Oh,
Got a
yes.
question before you go into that.
Oh, sure.
So if not all tanks and equipment associated with the process are destroyed or replaced, would it still be existing source? Like if they had to replace some parts, but not everything associated with the category?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it can be a very confusing activity sometimes to try to assess whether something is existing or new. If some parts but not everything are changed, it's kind of a matter of deciding whether something's a new source or an existing source is basically making an assessment of whether the facility had the opportunity to install the latest technology. So if they're replacing, they can replace like some of the pipes between tank, like we'll use metal finishers as an example. If they're replacing some pipes between tanks but not changing the tanks, probably that wouldn't qualify as a new user. But if they're replacing the tanks and not the pipes, it may very well be. It's a it, it's a tough question. It's often very site specific and has to do with sort of the extent of changes. Um, I guess, yeah, yeah, it's a confusing question. I definitely, whenever I've gotten these, I've had to collect a lot of information before I can work with the local program to figure out the answer. So definitely, if you have a situation like this, definitely reach out to your approval authority. They can be a lot of help and can help walk you through sort of the existing or what the situation is and see if the extent of changes is sufficient to warrant application of new versus existing standards. And again, for metal finishers, it's actually not sometimes super difficult in that the existing and the new source regulations are almost exactly the same. I think it's just the cadmium standards that are different, if I'm remembering off the top of my head correctly. But yeah, that one, my general answer is just talk to your approval authority for sure, either state and or EPA, and we can definitely help. Great. So with that, we'll just go through this quickly. So this titanium process, and these are all actual examples. These are all real facilities, kept anonymous. A titanium prosthetics manufacturer began operations in 2003. They have coating and tumbling operations. The coating operation does not discharge. The tumbling operation does. For those of you who aren't as familiar with the metal finishing regulations, coating is considered a core metal finishing operation. Tumbling is ancillary. Again, you don't have to raise thumbs up or thumbs down, but is this a CIU subject to 40 CFR 433, meaning is their discharge subject to 433? And the answer is yes. So for metal finishing, the operations, it's only relevant if a core operation is present. The core operation doesn't have to be discharging for a facility to be subject to the standards. If a core operation is being performed at the site, discharges from that core operation and or from any of the ancillary operations, including tumbling, would be subject to the metal finishing regulations. In scenario 2, we have a plastics molding and forming facility. And I've included the relevant language here from subpart A of this category that says PSES, or pretreatment standards for existing sources, for bis 2-ethyl hexyl phthalate are reserved. Any existing source subject to this subpart that introduces pollutants to PHW must comply with 40 CFR Part 403 general pretreatment regulations. And that's it. So is this facility a categorical industrial user subject to this, this subpart? Drum roll. The answer is no. So like I mentioned earlier, if the only categorical standards for the relevant part or subpart under that category just say reserved or no limit or comply with Part 403 and that's it, they are not categorical industrial users. And this is elaborated on in a memo that you can find on our website, but that's basically what it says. Scenario 3. There's a facility that is putting ibuprofen into tablet form using a solvent-based coating. No other manufacturing process is occurring at the facility. Processing equipment wash water from this operation is discharged to the POTW. Is this a CIU subject to 40 CFR Part 439, which is for pharmaceutical manufacturing? Meaning, is this wastewater subject to the discharge standards under 40 CFR Part 439? Got your answer? Yes, so it is. So if you're familiar with this category, and again, this is one that we're sort of relying on some familiarity with it. It has a subpart that covers mixing, compounding, and formulation. This is an interesting case that I bring up because this does happen sometimes at like compounding pharmacies where drugs or pharmaceuticals are dispersed into, they're compounded, either mixed or put into certain dosages. That operation is covered, but there is a discussion in, I believe, the economic analysis for this category. So this is an example of, how you can find useful information in some of those by digging a little deeper into the background documents that says that if a facility whose only source of processed wastewater is from formulation or mixing and compounding that does not use solvents, then it's not covered. But if it does use solvents, then they would be covered and subject to this subpart. And I realize we're at 8:15 now, so I can skip the last two scenarios, but I can send these out so people can look at them on their own.
Amelia, there's a question concern for this
Yes.
last scenario.
Sounds great.
Somebody wants to know, by solvent, do you include water or only solvents such as chemical solvents?
It's a great question, and we get that question frequently. In general, we talk about chemical solvents, but yeah. So generally, and I'm not, I don't remember off the top of my head if the economic analysis elaborates on this, but definitely if this situation comes up, let me know. Sometimes, water is often used as a solvent, but yeah, I will be happy to send out the links to this so that folks can review them on their own.
Dave says if you send it to him, he'll include the workbook.
Perfect.
And we had one other request, if you could put up your contact information or say it for people to have it. We did put a link in the chat, but I think for the recording, they won't be able to access that.
Understood. Yeah. So my name is Amelia Whitson. I am the pretreatment coordinator at EPA Region 9, and you can reach me by email at whitson.amelia@epa.gov. Do you want me to spell it, or shall I?
Your name is in the workbook, so you should be able to.
Perfect. Okay. Excellent. And if you need my phone number, it's 415-972-3216, and I'm always happy to talk pretreatment. So certainly hit me up.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amelia. I think everybody enjoyed your talk and learning more about EPA version side of things.
So much.
We're excited. You're excited about us.
No, thank you again.
So thank you and have a great day. So next up, we have another vendor spotlight, which Shire Products Company, and we have Ken Locks, who's the Senior Regulatory Compliance Manager for Shire, and used to be formerly known as the Interceptor Whisperer, or still are.
That's a great question, Jillian. I was born the Interceptor Whisperer, I think.
I'm sure you are. So take it away, Ken.
All right, thanks, Jolene. Let me see if I can share my screen here. I don't have any sounds on that, so. Can you all see that?
Yep, I can see your PowerPoint and hear you good.
Okay, good. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Quick update on what I'm doing. So as you may remember, in around January or February of 2017, I went on my own with IW Consulting Service, offering help to pretreatment programs and doing education for not only for grease interceptors, but for fog program content as well. And Sheer came to me here a little earlier this year and said, "Hey, we'd like to bring you back on board the team and have you retire your jersey with us." So and continue sort of doing that same work, but whereas as a consultant I was fee-based, now I'm an employee of Sheer, so I'm offering those services again to the industry as needed, for free on behalf of Sheer. The content's still the content. We're trying to make these fog programs better, and I'm happy to help anyone who's working on their fog program to take a look at it, to offer suggestions on what's going on out there that might improve your program. I'm happy to do all that, and I hope you'll call me or email me and get me involved. So this product update today is to some of you may know this, some of you may not, but on November 1, Sheer launched the GB1000, which is the first 1,000-gallon interceptor on the market that has a baffle that would, in your minds, that would be comparable to a gravity grease interceptor in terms of size. This is the first one that's been tested all the way to breakdown. So it sort of fills out the suite of products that Sheer offers, from the small point of use indoor stuff that you're used to seeing, the GB2, the GB1, the GB50s, the 75s, and 250s pretty common. The GB500 is one that's been growing in footprint because as we really begin to kind of look at what's going on in the industry when it comes to fats, oils, and grease production at a restaurant. There are a lot of facilities that are putting out a lot of grease and need more capacity. And Sheer and other manufacturers were trying to accomplish that capacity with multiple units. And at some point, there's a diminishing return on anyone's desire to see 4 or 5 or 6. I know of a job that had, I want to say, 7 or 8 GB250s in series after one another. And I don't think there's an inspector out there who wants to open up 14 covers to do an inspection on a job. So the solution really is to come out with larger tanks, reasonable number of openings to try to deal with, and more capacity. And that's what Sheer's been trying to sort of lead the industry with. So the GB1000 is, like I said, it's the first one that's been tested all the way to breakdown. There are other units. I don't want to say that there aren't any larger units out there that have not ever been tested. There are some, but I'm only aware of them being tested to the minimum requirements of the code, which is 12 or 13 increments. And I'm going to share a test report with you so that you get a sense of what it means or what it looks like when you test a unit all the way to breakdown. And also just to want you to understand that, for years, and you guys know me, and I rail against gravity interceptors because they're not performance validated. There is no performance test requirement for a gravity grease interceptor. Their efficiency has always been assumed to work. That's just it. Everyone assumes that they work, and most programs, of course, today's pretreatment inspector, fog inspector, inherits a program more often than not, and so they're also therefore inheriting any of the legacy standards that were required, products that were approved, and the reasonings that are oftentimes behind those when they ask the question, well, why do we approve this? And it's usually legacy information and not always completely accurate. And no fault of the people in it. That's just the way that sort of thing kind of happened over time. But you see here, 5,495 pounds at 100 GPM, slightly less at 200 GPM. Yes, the unit was tested at 200 GPM all the way to breakdown, almost 5,000 pounds at that high of a flow rate. We do it at the high flow rate like that, not because we think this is really important. We have to have a 200 GPM unit because there's so much volume of grease, or there's so much volume by flow at these large facilities. And the answer is that's actually not true. There are just some sizing requirements out there that result in high flow rate requirements, even though those are not anywhere near the reality. But just because we want to have a certified product that can be specified when a higher flow rate results from sizing, we have that in the 200 gallon per minute flow rate area. This unit here, the GB1000, is specifically designed to allow for 20% of the volume for solids capacity storage. It has a baffle wall like you would expect to see in a gravity grease interceptor, which makes it more efficient as a solids interceptor also. And so 20% or 21%, as you see here, reserved for solids is very good, especially for those that have concerns about solids impacting the collection system. Obviously, it's much lighter than concrete, and it's made of high density polyethylene, which is pretty good too. So some of the basics on this, and I'm going to take a few minutes today to explain what this no flow control required thing is. You're familiar with the Safety Star. That's a standard product now, and I'll show you what that looks like again if you haven't seen one in a while. It has a central baffle instead of a 2/3, 1/3 configuration, which I think most people have come to think of as the requirement for a gravity grease interceptor. But it does have a central baffle. It's the way it's constructed. I'll show you a little bit about what that looks like. Obviously, it's lightweight, and here's something that's really cool about it, which I don't think we can do this with gravity grease interceptors, especially made from concrete. The GB1000 can be installed above grade. So there may well be applications for that. I'm thinking parking garages as an example in multi-use facilities. That might be a good application for that. So let's talk about the flow control here a little bit. If you're familiar with what Scheer's been doing over the past several years, Scheer was the leader in terms of producing a grease interceptor that has a built-in flow control. You know, going all the way back to when Scheer launched in 2006, the industry was really focused on the legacy way of doing things, which was a vented external flow control. And that device is typically installed on the outside of the tank and generally speaking, someplace near the inlet of the device. Scheer moved to an integral flow control. For a long time, they were using plates, ultimately ended up moving to a what they call a cartridge flow control. That's this red cartridge here that you see in it, and it seats down in and snaps into place. And is removable from finished grade. This became a really important priority in Oregon because they were, especially in Portland, they were limiting bury depth on hydromechanical interceptors because they wanted access to that flow control if it was integral to the system, meaning a built-in flow control. They needed access to that. And so the solution to that was to come up with a way to be able to either install or remove the flow control from finished grade. Which is what you're seeing here. There's a PVC pipe connected to the top of the flow control cartridge, and that's how you remove it. So that's the reason that we originally came out with it. We just kind of thought, well, Oregon's sort of pushing us in the direction that we need to have a solution for this, but it's also a good idea. So made it a standard option on these units. Type C devices. Something that came up in a meeting we had earlier this week with a jurisdiction up in Ontario who requires built-in flow control led to a discussion of what we're doing with Type D. But one of the things that's important for everyone to realize too is the difference in how Type D and how Type C and how Type A are first tested. So Type A, what does that mean? I'm using terms you might not be familiar with. Under ASME A112.14.3, there are 4 types of flow control configurations approved in the standard. Type A is a vented external flow control that's installed outside of the unit. Obviously, it's a vented external flow control directly connected. And during the test, so this is the same test we use for all 4 types, and that test sets the flow control here. Now we don't show a flow control in this area because Scheer doesn't test with one here, but for Type A, the flow control on the test apparatus is set in this top location at the top of the stack before it drops down. So the difference then is that all of the head pressure that you would see during the test, the tank sees all that head pressure, but under a Type A, the flow control doesn't see that. Most of the time, people don't realize that this is where the flow control is tested at. So in buried applications, it becomes challenging on Type A with regard to performance, because when you install the flow control down in the area that's below where now the flow control sees all that head pressure, it can have a different effect on how the flow control performs. So the difference then between Type A and Type C is the Type C device, an integral flow control. The standard says without external flow control directly connected simply means you still have to, because the fixtures are directly connected, you need a flow control somewhere to keep the flow at the flow rate that you're planning to test that device at. So in this case, we put the flow control here, and as I said, we're using this red cartridge in the cases where we have a Type C approval or certification. Now, Type D, this is one that's new, and it's not new in the standard. All 4 types have been around since the year 2000. When ASME was first published, was in the year 2000. So for 21 years, Type D has been in that standard. It's just that for the first 18 or so years, maybe 19 years, no one thought to actually create or develop technology that would take advantage of the Type D configuration. The Type D configuration says that it will be without external flow control, but indirectly connected. And that's illustrated, as you can see here, with a floor sink. Now, an indirect connection means an air gap or an air break between the connected fixture and the sewer system. So in this case, the floor sink receives the media indirectly from the test sinks. And so the floor sink becomes, if you will, the governor of the system. Now, here's the reason Scheer wanted to kind of look at it this way. If the flow control is a problem for the owner, if it's a problem for the contractor on installations, and it's something that people generally don't like, and in fact, one of the people that we were talking to earlier this week said that when they owned a restaurant years ago, whenever they would have a problem with the interceptor, they'd just reach in and remove the flow control so that the sinks would drain faster. So, from an operational standpoint, flow controls have never been the perfect solution from a user standpoint or from an installation standpoint. So the question that Scheer's been asking themselves is, what's the point of a flow control? The answer is relatively straightforward. You use a flow control to restrict the flow entering the interceptor so that it doesn't exceed the interceptor's certified flow rate, whatever that flow rate is. So for example, let's say that your interceptor is certified at 100 gallons per minute. If you have an orifice in place that restricts the flow to 100 gallons per minute, and we know that during testing at 100 gallons a minute that it met all of the standard, all of the criteria for efficiency, we have a test report that validates that it works. Well, what happens? What's that flow control doing if we're only delivering 40 or 50 gallons per minute? Well, the flow control is clearly not restricting that. It's just a dam in the system, if you will. It's a roadblock, a potential roadblock in the system for debris to catch on. But that's pretty much it, because it's not really affecting the flow at all. So the question then is, well, if the tank doesn't need the flow control at 100 gallons a minute, how would we know that? And the answer is, let's test it. Does it really need it? Because the answer to whether a tank works or not isn't specifically the flow control. It's the configuration or the design of the tank. Does that design, is it efficient in terms of how it distributes the flow? Remember, in my training classes, I talk a lot about distributing the flow throughout the cross-sectional area of the tank, because we want to create a laminar flow environment. That's that quiescent flow environment. It's non-turbulent. You want to create that environment as rapidly as you can, and if you can create that environment, then what's the flow control doing? It's only restricting that flow entering the tank so that it doesn't exceed whatever that tank's flow rate is. So if you can test this tank at 100 gallons a minute without a flow control, and the design of the tank is efficient and creates the correct environment, then will it work? And the answer is yes. That's one of the things that Scheer's been promulgating to the industry, so that most of our units, outdoor units now, have a no flow control option, a Type D certification. And this is simply what it looks like. Now, I wanted to show you the test report. This is the last page of the GB1000's incremental test data. And many of you have heard me say this before. If you're going to have if you're going to be looking at grease production in terms of approving the sizing of a hydromechanical interceptor, then it's really important to know what the performance of a device is. And the only way to know that is to look at their incremental test data from their test report. This is the final page, and it shows that the GB1000 Type D was tested at 280 increments. The GB250 at 1,895 pounds is at 94 increments, to give you a sense of the difference. So 280 increments. The criteria for pass-fail, if you'll remember, is Either the interceptor has to have an average efficiency that drops below 90%, which is, as you can see, it's never below. I mean, if it rides at 99% as the average, that's this far right column, 99% for the vast majority of it, and then ultimately drops down here because a couple of catastrophic failures start to happen. We see that it drops below 99% to 98.8%. And then, of course, the criteria for actual certification, if it's not on average, then it's on the incremental efficiency. And if that efficiency is 2 increments below 80%, then you stop the test and you certify at the increment preceding that. And so here we have a 73 and a 58. So the test increment of certification is number 278. 82.8 is the incremental efficiency for that, but the actual grease retention is 54.95 and the average efficiency is 98.8%. So what this proves is if you can create the correct environment for flow inside of a giant tank like a 1,000 gallon interceptor, then they truly can hold this kind of grease capacity. This has always been, I think, what people have assumed is going on inside of gravity grease interceptors. It's just that there's been no supporting documentation to that. Yes, Julie.
You got a couple minutes left.
Okay. Quickly, let's go through real quick sizing. If we were to look at like a Golden Corral here, 961 meals a day, 90-day pump out frequency at 3,934 pounds. That's pretty much going to be, either 3 GB 250s or 2 GB 500s, or it's going to be a single GB 1000. So that's why we think it's important, because we don't, the idea of having multiple units in series is less appealing than having a single unit in series. So the tank, the way that it's constructed, as you can see here on the far left, we have it's a split body, so the mold is a one-piece mold that you can use for both sides. So when you put it together, then of course it forms the full body. We're using shear flow technology, which creates that flow environment as I described. And then of course it comes standard with a cast iron cover. This is what the Safety Star looks like, and we want to just say once again that we have configurations available that this can be installed on any kind of tank, gravity grease interceptors included, by retrofitting them. And then of course this is the adapter system that allows that to work. So that's a product update from Shear on the GB1000, and an overview of the Type D configuration that that we are now offering with this. And how do I end this slideshow?
Well, thanks, Ken. That was a great update from Shire. We appreciate them being a sponsor for our workshop this year again. There are a couple questions in the chat, if you wouldn't mind answering them directly. It's time for our break, and I'm sure everybody needs some more coffee or the bathroom. So with that, if you don't mind, if you could answer them separately, I appreciate that. And for everybody else, we have a 10-minute break. So we'll all see you here at 9:45.
hopefully everybody is kind of heading back right now. We're about to get started again. So I'll wait one more minute.
Hi, Chelsea. This is Paula Panzino.
Hi.
Hey, I'm trying to set up my screens for the display.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing it in the meeting yet. Is that under
Yeah.
your control?
Yep. No, I see that you shared it.
I think, Paula, it'll be a red block, like a square around your screen that says that's what you're sharing. Is that what
Yeah,
you're?
it's kind of, Teams is a little funky. Like,
It is.
a few other people have commented, they're like, I think I'm sharing. It isn't as like obvious like that you're sharing. But you
Okay.
are. We can see your presentation.
Okay, good.
So without further ado, let me pull up my intro view if I have anything. Okay. So Paula Panzino is a Chief Science Officer and QA Manager for the ADQ here in Arizona. Paula's background includes a master's degree in environmental engineering from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and a bachelor's degree in geology from Wellesley College. In her past life as a consultant, she's delivered many presentations primarily regarding the design, implementation, and monitoring of various redox-based in situ remediation technologies. As a state government employee, she has gotten to work on some of the hardest and most complex contaminated sites in Arizona from within the most radically simple organizational management system. Additionally, she is leading the work to address the potential impacts of PFAS on citizens and environment here in Arizona. So welcome, Paula, and we're very excited to hear your presentation.
Thank you for having me. I hope you all are seeing my cover slide right now titled PFAS and Wastewater. Is that right?
Yes, yes, Paula.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is the agenda for today. Good morning. I'm here to share information about PFAS, which stands for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. It's a group of emerging contaminants that will be regulated under various EPA programs in the next few years. I'll be talking about the chemical structure for PFAS, where it comes from, how it affects human health, how it is analyzed, and excuse me, and then we'll be providing an update on the status of forthcoming effluent standards. The information in today's presentation is available on ADEQ's and EPA's websites, but I've done my best to condense it and break it down for you. Perfluoroalkyl substances are synthesized organic compounds that do not occur naturally in the environment. This family tree contains many different types of PFAS compounds, with many different molecule groupings and branches attached to a central spine of carbons bonded to fluorine molecules. The same energy that makes hydrofluoric acid the strongest acid makes the chlorine-fluorine bond, the carbon-fluorine bond, a very difficult bond to break. The current definition of a PFAS compound is at least one carbon atom attached to two or more fluorine atoms. These chemicals have been manufactured since the 1940s, and there are slightly less than 5,000 PFAS compounds identified today. New, shorter chain PFAS compounds are being created to replace the longer carbon chain compounds that are being phased out of use. So these compounds are very difficult to pronounce. It's perfluorooctane sulfonate and perfluorooctane carboxylate, or PFOS and PFOA for short, are the two that have been subjected to the most health effects studies. They are longer chain precursors that do transform into the environment into shorter carbon chain compounds. Because of their water-loving or hydrophilic heads and water-hating hydrophobic tails, they are prone to forming films at the water-air interface. They also, like many surfactants, create very fine foams. And so when you find them in water in higher concentrations, what you typically see is a foaming effect. This foaming effect is evidence that they form micelles, similar to the behavior of, as I said earlier, many surfactants. This behavior is what makes them water resistant and also able to form these films that exclude exposure to air. This behavior makes them ideal for use in fighting fires. So I just want to point out that these longer chain compounds, as I mentioned earlier, so you can see that there are many carbons with 2 fluorines. And then this one has a sulfate head. The other one has a carboxylate head. There are close to 4,000 of these compounds with different types of configurations and different branches. One of the major challenges to regulating this class of compounds is how many different types there are. And as we'll get to in later on in this presentation, the health effects associated with the different types. So where are they found? There are many everyday products that contain PFAS. They're typically applied as coatings used to repel grease and stains, and are commonly used on fast food wrappers, on clothing. So those great shirts that you have that are non-wrinkle and stain resistant, earlier on, if they're coming from outside of the country or being produced from fabric that is manufactured outside of the country, they may contain PFAS. Treated carpets, furniture, your shower curtains, your favorite weatherproof Gore-Tex jacket, those spray-on water repellents that you can buy to treat fabrics. The most commonly known product is Teflon pans, right? I think you get the idea. Human tissue studies show that most people have PFAS in their bodies. It accumulates specifically in protein-based organs such as muscle, unlike other contaminants such as PCBs that accumulate in fat. PFOA and PFOS have been phased out of use by many American manufacturing companies, and many states now have bans on the use of PFAS in manufacturing. But there is no federal mandate in place and no ban on PFAS in imported goods. So what are the characteristics of this forever chemical? What we have here is, in this diagram, is a distribution. It is sort of the ecosystem, right? Where earlier on in the ecosystem, you've got your wastewater treatment plant, you have effluents, and then you have creation of biosolids. These biosolids are then used to further agriculture. They are used in creating, in farming endeavors, which create uptake into plant life, which is then consumed by both people and by animals. They are very difficult. As I said, PFOA and PFOS in soil and water can break down into shorter chain carbon compounds, but the fluorine density does not change. And so it's that fluorine density that creates some of the human health hazards that I have listed on the left of this slide. So it gets into our ecosystem. You've got municipal solid waste and compost. farm animal waste and it going into manures, also entering our agricultural system. And then on the right-hand side of this diagram, we're showing some of the remediation technologies. So you have soil flushing and washing is a possibility. Phytoremediation, because it does uptake into plants. There is a possibility of immobilization or stabilization using some kind of additive. And then there is destruction, but it's very limited. So the primary way of removing PFAS from water currently, and this is drinking water treatment technology, not wastewater, is granular activated carbon. But as you know, GRAC is also can be used as a, well, it's used as a polishing step mostly for drinking water. It can be incinerated and removed through incineration, but if the temperatures are not high enough in that incinerator, it will transform into an aerosolized format, and then your exposure pathway is going to be inhalation as opposed to ingestion. So it can be very difficult to remove from this ecosystem. The carcinogenicity of different PFAS compounds is something that is being researched currently. EPA just released a new reference dose. The reference dose is used to understand what that exposure hazard may be from PFOA and PFOS currently, because those are the most highly researched compounds. So it's under review right now by the Scientific Advisory Board, along with the new reference dose. That reference dose is actually an order of magnitude lower than the one that was set in 2016. So this is something new. They're reviewing this right now. And we're expecting the Scientific Advisory Board to provide some feedback back to EPA, and then EPA will be promulgating an MCL and effluent or ELGs, effluent limit guidelines. So proven ex situ remediation technologies include the use of a finer particulate granular activated carbon, reverse osmosis, and synthetic media. Brine disposal and regeneration of the membranes and media pose an issue due to concerns of PFAS that is also carried in the air. So there's 4 major recognized sources. Those major sources are through the use of AFFF, which is an aqueous film forming foam that has been used by municipalities and their fire departments, by the military, primarily for fire training exercises. Many of the fire departments carry small stocks of AFFF. AFFF is being phased out, but there is no replacement at this time. So the use of AFFF has a military specification. That mil spec is being or replacement compounds are being researched by the Navy and by the DoD. They have not found one yet, but they are required to replace that mil spec by October of 2024. So more pertinent to this audience is industrial sites, right? Not so much the stack discharges, but manufacturing facilities that are either manufacturing PFAS or using PFAS in their processes. Some examples of those manufacturing facilities are textile coating, metal finishing, plating, paper mills. And as we saw earlier in this diagram, you can see that landfills containing all of those consumer products can be a source of PFAS due to the release of leachate into groundwater, as well as the wastewater treatment plants and the biosolids. So this is just another different depiction here on this slide of the ecosystem and how PFAS circulates throughout our environment. What you see in this table is a listing of the available PFAS analytical methods that are currently approved by the EPA. So these drinking water methods, the first two, 537.1 and 533, there's different numbers of PFAS that can be detected by these analytical methods. They have been a long time in production in terms of developing these analytical methods, but 537.1 is commonly used now for drinking water. As you know, in the state of Arizona, in order to provide compliance data to ADEQ, the analytical lab has to be approved by ADHS. So 537.1 is the current approved analytical method by ADHS for monitoring PFAS in drinking water. What is more relevant to you all is this new method that is highlighted in green. So draft 1633. It can detect 40 PFAS compounds. It's to be used as listed here for wastewater, surface water, groundwater, soils, biosolids, sediment, landfill leachate, and fish tissue. This is a method that was co-developed between the EPA and the DoD. So this method was developed and released in a draft form on September 2nd, 2021. One of the things that I want to point out about this presentation is that a lot of this information was just issued, and I've been updating and changing this presentation in the last few months because of all of the new information coming out from EPA. So draft method 1633 is a liquid chromatography mass spectrometry method, and it uses isotopically labeled standards to identify 40 PFAS compounds. The US EPA's press release, when they issued this draft method, noted that it can be used to support NPDES implementation, so National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System implementation, and it is recommended for use in individual NPDES permits. There are other methods out there, but they have not undergone the same level of review as these methods here, summarized on this slide. But these are also the same methods that are listed on EPA's website. There are currently no regulations for PFAS compounds except for the drinking water health advisory limit. You'll notice that this limit is in parts per trillion, which is equivalent to micrograms per liter. I'm sorry, nanograms per liter. It's a much, much smaller number than we're used to dealing with in both wastewater, groundwater, surface water treatment. So it takes a while to start thinking about things in parts per trillion. What we're looking at here is the ATSDR minimum risk limits, and these were issued in 2016. There are 4 compounds that they have issued these risk limits for. So 4 PFAS compounds, the PFOA and PFOS that I mentioned earlier, and then there's PFHXS and PFNA. These are adult and children's doses, in milligrams per kilogram per day. These levels are expected to decrease with the issuance of the new reference dose that just came out, I think, 2 days ago. So again, there are a lot of things that are changing very quickly with relative to PFAS substances and how they're going to be regulated by the EPA. So each of these guidelines outlines factors to evaluate potential risks that may be associated with exposure to a specific chemical. The guidelines include toxicity and other properties of the chemical, frequency, concentration, and duration of exposure. They take into account the pathway of exposure, whether it's inhalation, ingestion, or skin contact, interaction with other chemicals that may be present in the environment. And they also take into account age, overall health, and genetic behavioral characteristics of the exposed individual. EPA is currently working on how to group PFAS compounds into classifications and produce meaningful limits for this very large group of man-made compounds. So what's happening on the regulatory front? What we have, again, very recently, I think it was about 2 weeks ago that the INVEST Act was approved. So when I initially put this slide deck together, the INVEST Act had not been approved, and we were speculating as to whether or not the PFAS funding would make it through Congress. So that INVEST Act contains funding for emerging contaminants. My understanding is that funding will be funneled through our WIFA program. So WIFA is a state fund that controls grants and can provide loans for folks within Arizona. My understanding is that for wastewater, at least, there will be $10 million available in grant funding over 5 years for treatment facilities to deal with emerging contaminants. There is more money, as you can imagine, going to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. So that's $75 million over 5 years. And as you can imagine, the reason for that is because of the drinking water's direct exposure and impact to human health. So the PFAS Action Act, there's been several updates. The initial Action Act was issued in 2019. There is also one that was an update that was issued in 2021. And then most recently, under the PFAS Action Act, we have the EPA PFAS Strategic Roadmap. So that roadmap was, I think it came out maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I've been spending a lot of time reading it and figuring out how ADEQ is going to respond to some of the changes in the programs associated with the coming federal regulations that are discussed in that roadmap. One thing that we know for sure, again, I mentioned the reference dose and the consideration for whether or not PFOA specifically is a carcinogen. That information leads us to the issuance of a draft MCL for PFOS and PFOA in fall of 2022, so next year. The other acts that have gone through are DoD related. So there's the NDAA goes through every year, right? But the last 2 years have included a lot of requirements for monitoring, measuring PFAS compounds because of a major contributor to PFAS in groundwater and surface water is the use of AFFF for fighting fires at military bases. As you may or may not know, most of the PFAS that is present in the environment in Arizona is a result of AFFF use at military bases. There have been several headlines. I don't know if you've been tracking these or not, of PFAS in drinking water systems near Luke Air Force Base, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, and the Morris Air National Guard facility. So EPA has also been adding PFAS compounds to their UCMR monitoring program. And so the earliest instance of that was UCMR 3, where we found in Arizona approximately, I can't remember the exact count, but I think it was 10 drinking water systems that did have PFAS in them. I think only 3 or 4 of those drinking water systems had PFAS in exceedance of the health advisory limit of 70 ppt. So the EPA has gone ahead and included additional PFAS compounds in UCMR 5, which will be conducted in 2022 in the 2024 timeframe. So, excuse me, moving on. What do we have for Clean Water Act rulemaking? Amelia Whitson, in her fantastic presentation earlier today, discussed the ELGs. So this is coming out under Program Plan 15. This plan was issued in September of 21, and we're expecting proposed rulemaking in spring of 2022. She has already gone over the new categories relative to where you may find PFAS in these types of industries. So industries related to organic chemicals, manufacture of plastics and synthetic fibers, and industries associated with doing metal finishing and electroplating. I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. Moving forward. So this was the biggest and most recent release of information, was the PFAS strategic roadmap. Again, it was issued just recently. The roadmap provides a much needed schedule for incorporating PFAS into many different EPA programs. These programs are the outcomes of the Safe Drinking Water Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and RCRA, to name a few. Key actions included in the roadmap include developing ELGs by the end of 2024, restricting specific types of discharges, specifically including organic chemicals, plastics and synthetic fibers, and metal finishing and electroplating wastes. EPA intends to fill data gaps by completing data collection activities in the electrical and electronics industries from textile mills and landfills. This is to be followed by a review of that data, resulting in the ELGs anticipated in the fall of 2022. Monitoring activities are also discussed in the roadmap, and all of this is to result in new NPDES guidance for ADEQ to then figure out how to implement and enforce. A word about the toxic release inventory. So this is just an FYI. There are currently 160 PFAS listed on the TRI, and the EPA is adding 3 per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, to the list of chemicals subject to toxic chemical release reporting under the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. Both federal and state government love those acronyms, right? So this is EPCRA, and the Pollution Prevention Act. This EPA action was required under the NDAA fiscal year 20. So that's the National Defense Authorization Act. And that was enacted in December of 2019. Because these additions were made to conform to a congressional legislative mandate, notices and comment rulemaking was unnecessary. So this may be a surprise to you. Reporting forms were due in July of 2021, and so we're well into having our TRI list and taking a look at those industries that in Arizona that may be manufacturing PFAS. I believe there are very few of them. So what is Arizona doing about this? On a state level, we have not promulgated any standards for groundwater, drinking water, effluent soil yet. Arizona's position is to see what the federal government is going to do and then adapt accordingly. Excuse me. This avoids creating confusion because many of the states, now that EPA is going to be issuing a much lower MCL than the HA, are likely going to have to change their current regulations. What Arizona did do is that they promulgated a law, and here you can see where you can find this law to read it for yourself. But what it essentially does is it prohibits the use of added PFAS chemicals. Well, it prohibits the discharge or use, and you can read it here, of Class B firefighting foam that contains intentionally added PFAS chemicals for training or testing purposes. And so this new law has created a little bit of conflict associated with those contractors that are working in Arizona, mostly leasing land in near airports that are executing military contracts. So what we have is the military and the FAA continuing to require AFFF that contains PFAS, while our own Arizona state law is requiring that they not be used for training or testing purposes. This is the kind of thing that we typically try to avoid by waiting for the federal regulations. So this next slide provides some links and locations where you can find out more information about PFAS in the state of Arizona. So there are PFAS resources at the ADEQ website. These links are very complicated. You can just Google AZDEQ and PFAS, and these are the links that you'll come up with. The other guidance that I recommend, if you want to learn more about PFAS sources, where you may find them and what industries you may find them related to, as well as the sampling and analytical methods and health effects, is that the Interstate Technical Regulatory Guidance Group, ITRC, has put together a very thorough guidance document. And On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see the titles listed. So there are different fact sheets associated with each of these chapters of this guidance. It's a web-based guidance, and it's fairly easy to read and comes with very detailed listings of references if you want to go in and do your own research. So with that, I will, I guess, open the floor to questions.
Okay, we have quite a few questions in the chat, so let me go back on here. Diana had asked, any restrictions on imported goods with PFAS or PFAS in the works?
So some states are independently restricting the manufacture of goods containing PFAS, but to my knowledge, there are no restrictions on imported goods.
Okay, we have a story from Laura about her brother, and I guess like in Litchfield Park area, there's like PFAS contamination. Do you know of like if there's any other specific areas, like maybe in Arizona, that are being impacted, or if that's kind of the impetus behind ADQ's ruling, or is it just due to federal things?
Yeah, so again, my comments about PFAS being associated with use of AFFF, the firefighting foam at military bases. So the Litchfield Park impacts are sourced from the Luke Air Force Base. There are in Tucson 2 military bases, one of which is the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, and the other is the Air National Guard. ADEQ has been working very closely with both of these bases. They are in the midst of their site investigation processes, and so they're looking into figuring out exactly where it's coming from and how to prevent any additional spread of PFAS in groundwater.
Thanks. And then we have Diana again had asked, did you say PFAS manufacturing ban, or I guess in one of your earlier slides you said it was banned in the US, but then there was another slide that said that some manufacturing is still done in the US?
Yeah, so I was doing a little bit of research on that earlier because there are some states which have banned manufacturing, but on a federal level, it has not been banned.
Okay, that clarifies that. And then Pablo had asked, will the sampling constraints in 537.1 apply to 1633? I don't know.
I'm not quite sure what sampling constraints you're referring to. If you're referring to the usage, the laboratory methodology for drinking water is going to be different from the laboratory methodology associated with wastewater because of the matrix, because of the possibility of matrix interference. I'm not sure, Pablo, if that was, close ink and other items. I do not think that 1633 applies to close ink and other items. I think that there hasn't been an EPA method that has been published that addresses that yet.
Chelsea, you're muted.
Thanks. I had made a comment, but then you had flipped to the slide about ADQ, like prohibiting any PFAS that's like intentionally added to the firefighting foam. So I don't know if anybody else wants to comment, like kind of on how their municipality might be handling this. City of Phoenix, I know with our with Sky Harbor, they've had some, like when they're doing tests on their firefighting foam, there's been questions brought up of how do we dispose of this because we think it contains PFAS, and I know that they've had to like figure out how to collect it and dispose of it properly. So I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, or if Paula, if you've had anybody reach out to you about that or have anything.
So I've been trying to communicate with the City of Phoenix to understand what their practices are and where they're finding PFAS. But I think that we've been also busy kind of adapting to the changes and, you know, the new research that's being issued almost on a weekly basis. What I do know is that if there is a collection of surface water runoff resulting from the use of AFFF, it should be collected. It should not be allowed to drain into your storm drain or enter your wastewater treatment facility. What folks should be doing is collecting that water, running it through a portable GAC system, granular activated carbon system, before discharge, because GAC will remove PFAS from water.
That is good to know. And I guess I can't really speak to it because it's a different department, but I know that they were in communication with water because they were uncertain at the time if they could discharge it to the sewer. But I think that was before the regs were updated. We have another question or a comment from Steve Valencia that Pima County prohibits the firefighting foam discharge to sewer in their sewer use ordinance. They've done a comprehensive study with Pima DEQ on sources and storage of it, so that's good.
Yes, thank you, Steve.
Good to add to the sewer use. Diana had asked, any promising destruction treatments or requirements to ensure incinerators operate at a high enough temp to ensure destruction of PFAS? Thought I saw EPA had banned incineration, but maybe it's back as an option. What landfills can PFAS, contaminated sludge, or GAC be disposed at? A lot of questions.
Yeah, so EPA issued a draft disposal document. I think it was, I'm not going to get the timing right, but I think it was about 6 months ago. In that draft, they talk about different disposal methods, and they do talk about incineration. I think since that draft was issued, they may you may be correct, they may have banned incineration as they are looking at it more closely. The only method of disposal that I am, so I'm not sure, and I'd have to do a little more research into this. My understanding is that the DoD is still incinerating AFFF stocks and or waste associated with the use of AFFF. So I know that's occurring, so then that kind of makes me think that it can't be banned right now. I think what the EPA is trying to do is to avoid folks from incinerating waste as much as possible until they can do those studies and better understand what that temperature needs to be. Right now, disposal should be occurring at a hazardous waste landfill. So if you have AFFF stocks, or if you have any type of waste that contains PFAS, the recommendation is for you to send it to a hazardous waste landfill.
Okay, thanks for answering all those questions. I don't see any more in the chat. We could always wait like another minute, or if you have any final thoughts, guess we can wait just a little.
I guess my final thoughts would be that there is a lot happening right now. Excuse me, what we're expecting to see is the regulations, is EPA giving indications as to which direction they're going to be heading in the various programs that are going to be affected. And so we should start to see regulations for PFAS and PFOA. But there are other compounds that the EPA are going to be looking at, such as Gen X, PFHXS, and some of the other next gen compounds that will likely require regulatory limits. So stay tuned for how it impacts the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much, Paula. That was very interesting presentation and lots of take homes for everyone, I'm sure. Next up, we have Jared Trawick. I don't know, or Trawick, sorry.
Yes,
and he's going to be talking about interceptor maintenance. So if you, I think you should be able to share your presentation. There we go. Well, thank you.
fantastic. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you
Okay,
and see
great.
the presentation.
Sorry, 1 second. Can I get the slide up on the other screen? Sorry, I have my technical supervisor here with me since I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So bear with me here. Okay, all right. Well, good morning, almost good afternoon, I guess. My name is Jared Trawick. I am with Imperial Western Products. We are the parent company of All Pro Hydrojetting and Pumping. All Pro Hydrojetting and Pumping is located in Glendale, Arizona. We're a company that specializes in the collection of wastewater, mainly non-hazardous wastewater, mostly food processing water from the restaurant industry. But we also pick up septic as well. We do process that water over there in Glendale. We do also pick up used cooking oil, and we render the used cooking oil and take it into the alternative fuel industry. And we provide plumbing and hydrojetting services in Arizona also. We are a fully licensed contractor for plumbing and for construction services. You know, that's pretty much the scope of what we do and what we provide. Today, we're going to be talking about the importance of routine grease trap maintenance and water treatment for the food processing industry. Make sure my slide works. I think everybody's seeing it the same. Did the slide change over there? Yes, and so. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Yep, it's up.
So how proper routine trap and interceptor maintenance prevents long-term issues. The pictures that you guys see here, I'm sure are very common for most of you when you go out there and you inspect, you know, a producer or a business. You can see that we have clogged drain lines from a wash down, which would definitely be needed hydrojetting. And we have some manhole covers that have oil that seems to be coming out of the top of them. And that's probably due to a clogged line or something not letting flow happen. So the proper routine maintenance and interceptor service is what will help prevent these long-term issues. Now, there is a right way and a wrong way to service a trap. This cross diagram illustration that we have shown in this next slide is something that we like to pass around to a lot of our restaurant customers, as most of them have no clue as to what's going on below ground when you talk about a grease interceptor or a grease trap. And this picture, this simple picture, I think really does the trick of explaining to them exactly what's going on prior to that water going into the sewer lines, and also letting them understand in a very easy way why it is so important to have a legitimate service and a full service done. On the left, you can see that we have the wrong way to do the trap. And this is how a lot of companies will come in. We'll explain the reasons here in a little while and provide these trap services if they've become, underwater because of quoting too cheap of a price, or they simply want to just make more money. A lot of companies will come in and they'll only pump the top layer off, which is just the grease. They will not take the water of the solids with them. And what'll happen is over time, you can probably get away with it, but eventually those solids, like shown in the diagram on the left, will build up and will start to go over your trap walls. And then eventually it'll clog lines or even go down into the sewer and create downline sewer issues for everybody who's sharing that line. Odors are usually present when these issues occur. And it's just a major hassle once you allow these solids to build up. The right way to service a trap is shown there on the left. Very simply, you go in and you pump the entire thing out. Now, that doesn't just mean pumping it out. It also means getting in there and with a pressurized hose or some sort of a long scraping device, ensuring that the walls of the trap are also free of solids and that the lines that are going from chamber to chamber, as well as in and out of the trap, are free of solids and free flowing. That is the way to do a proper trap. So another thing that we like to share with our customers out there in the marketplace is how they could easily spot a good trap service versus a bad trap service. It's all too often that we'll run into somebody that will let us know that they're getting a trap service for an incredibly discounted price or a free price. And, we tell them, hey, that's very good, but there's a good chance that you might be having a bad service done or a incomplete service. And here's some ways the next time your service provider comes by to observe what they're doing and check their work pre and post to determine if they are getting a good service or not. First is the time. If you have a in-ground trap that could be over 500 gallons or more, it's going to take at least an hour to do an adequate job. Now that means setting up the work site, opening, the trap, examining it, pumping it out fully, making sure all the walls are washed down, and then all the equipment is put away, and having somebody within the site either sign off on the work or taking pictures to document that the work was done correctly. A lot of companies, not a lot, but companies that are doing this in a bad, unprofessional way, they'll be in and out within 15 to 20 minutes. And that's a sign that they just went there and maybe pumped off the top layer and they didn't do a full service. If they're not coming to get a manager or they're not trying to have some sort of a documentation process that backs up their service, it also shows that there's probably something that's not being done fully complete or not in the correct way. Backed up plumbing lines from solid buildup. If routine trap maintenance is maintained, you should not have these issues because not only should the trap be serviced, but the line should also be checked at the time of service too. So if a customer has or a restaurant or a business has a lot of backed up lines and a lot of clogging, that's also a sign that they're either not being serviced routinely or when they are being serviced, it's not in the proper manner. The maintenance cost should be consistent. You shouldn't have up and down maintenance cost unless the facility changes ownership and the business changes what they're doing or products line change, like in a major food processing facility. If nothing in the business has changed, then the maintenance should be consistent. Whether it's monthly, quarterly, annually, that should be ongoing, and it should not be as needed. It should be on a reoccurring basis. You shouldn't be waiting for the traps to clog up to actually service them. As we discussed in the previous slide, grease trap that's only skimmed from the top and only taking the top layer, that's another sign of an unprofessional service. Solids that are left in the trap after service, it should be completely empty and free of solids and only liquid maintained in the trap after it's been cleaned out. Anyone that is not certified, whether through licensing in Arizona, also with insurance, this is a sign that you're probably dealing with a service provider that's not going to do a full or complete job. And then lastly, second to last, an unclean work area. Many times we see service providers that will leave grease residual or drippings through a parking lot, or they'll also come at times in the middle of business rather than off times, to accommodate the customer's needs so that they aren't deterring business because this isn't a clean job. It can produce odors, and we need to do the best job we can to mitigate those issues for the customers and for the general public around us. Lastly would be the inspection by the owner or the manager. A service provider who is okay and they are confident in the level of service they provide will always invite that, and a matter of fact, they will try to enlist that from their customer to have someone do a post cleaning inspection and sign off that the job's been done to their satisfaction, and they can see that their grease interceptor is free of solids and anything that shouldn't be in there after a cleaning occurs. So the negative effects and sewer line issues that occur when traps go unserviced or are not fully serviced. Again, I'm sure many of you on this call have seen these effects firsthand. But first and foremost, you can get very bad odors. You might not have an overflowing trap or a clogged line, but when a trap goes unmaintained or not properly maintained, the solids that are building up, they are organic and they're decomposing. And as this decomposition it continues to occur and not removed and taken to a site where it can be treated and disposed of, it gets stinkier and stinkier. And that's not only for the restaurant, the grease trap that's producing it, that's for everybody in the shopping center, anybody that drives through. And it can be very adverse in terms of business and negative in terms of health. Not everybody wants to smell noxious odors, and it can be quite noxious at times. Another adverse effect is as lines begin to clog and there's no other outlets for them to go down, they will start to come out the only outlet they have, and that's usually the manhole cover in the street. You can see here from a picture of a job that we had to clean up on to the left on this slide that there's an example of a manhole cover that overflowed, and that's not water, that's all oil and grease all over the parking lot. So a lot of pressure washing, shutting down the business, for the few days while we were having to clean this type of a mess up. And these are all negative effects that occur from not a routine maintenance or a proper service when the trap should be done. Lastly, one of the worst issues that can occur is that the business is actually shut down due to being a public health nuisance or some sort of a health violation at the restaurant. And businesses can shut down temporarily or permanently due to these types of issues, especially if, the issues with plumbing have led to other flooding issues internally and damage to the building or to the surrounding area of the building. So used cooking oil. As I mentioned earlier, another service that we provide is used cooking oil collection. This service and this industry go very much hand in hand with food processing wastewater. And the reason being is that used cooking oil should be kept and disposed of in a receptacle separate from the grease trap. It should not be dumped down the drain. Receptacles like the one pictured in the top left picture are very common used out there. You often see these set near the trash containers, near an actual restaurant or a production facility. These containers are designed to have fry oil mainly, or any sort of grease scrapings from a grill, but straight oils and fats dumped into them and then later picked up by a company with a pump truck or some sort of a truck to remove the oil from those containers and then take it off for recycling. The picture in the middle is a picture of a free-flowing grease trap free of oil, and the picture on the left is what you can see is oils that should not be getting dumped down the drain start to accumulate in a grease trap, and the cloggage and the issues that start to be presented when oil goes down the drain. So the used cooking oil collection service business is there to keep these lines and downline issues clear, and it's very important that is followed through with. There are countries throughout the world that do not have infrastructure or industry set up around collecting used cooking oil, and most of the oil and fry oil that they use is simply dumped down the drain, which creates immense problems for their sewer systems and noxious odors through metropolitan areas, and it's a major issue not having these types of systems set up. So this is where used cooking oil and wastewater and sewer lines kind of all intersect here, and I'll discuss later in a second how they're affecting each other. So how alternative fuels has played a role in the value of used cooking oil, and how that has in turn negatively affected the grease trap service industry is a very interesting story. And it all starts with tax credits. In 2005, a biodiesel tax credit was established, and this was established for any production of biodiesel here in the United States, receiving an additional $1 per gallon. That in turn spurred on the alternative fuel industry, and it created an immediate demand for feedstock for this biofuel overnight. Used cooking oil being one of the most important feedstocks in creating biodiesel. So from that time in 2005 and 2006, you can see that the price per pound of used cooking oil has gone up quite dramatically. In 2006, you can see a low of 10 cents per pound, and this graph ends at around 30 cents per pound as a price. Today, the price for used cooking oil is over 50 cents per pound. To give you an idea of what the value of that is, there's a multiplier of around 7.56 pounds per gallon. So used cooking oil is worth roughly $3.75 a gallon currently sitting behind the restaurant. So when a customer or a restaurant has a 100 or 200 gallon container behind the restaurant, you can imagine that there's a lot of value there. With that, introduction of the tax credit, the used cooking oil overnight became very valuable, and it began to change not only that industry, but it also began to affect the grease trap industry as well. And there's a couple ways that it's done that. You can see here we have a picture of a used cooking oil container, and this is some grease traps, located in ground right there. The first adverse effect that this had on the marketplace was theft. These are pictures of a lot of different cases that our company has gone through as we service many accounts throughout California and Arizona. These are basically people that are going around and stealing the oil through means of pumping tanks out, or also actually breaking into containers and creating property damage through this. So what happens is they will go and they can actually pump out a container, 200 gallon container or 300 gallon container, and they can sell that, on the street for a couple $100s. This has become a major issue because not only does it create property damage to the people providing the used cooking oil receptacles, but this creates major issues for the customers. Most of the oil, when it's being stolen, is spilled and stolen all over the place, or spilled and spread all over the place. And it also will go ahead and be spilled into storm drains, creating issues there, where this oil is not supposed to be going down the drains and creating clogging issues. So theft is one adverse effect. The worser end of this, as far as how it negatively has affected the grease trap service industry, comes down to companies who do both. It's very commonplace for companies in both industries to do both services, because grease trap and used cooking oil for the producers becomes very hand in hand. As the grease price began to raise, you had a lot of these companies begin to go out and offer discounted trap services in order to get free used cooking oil. And if we went back to the previous slide, you'll see that the price never stays up and consistently rising. It goes up and down, over the course of 10 years. And because of that up and down nature, customers or companies that went in and did free deals for certain customers, they were caught at a loss in certain markets. And in order to not lose the customer, these companies would begin to cut corners, and they would just basically stop servicing or providing a lesser service, for the trap. Up here on this slide, we have a very, high level outline of operating cost that it costs to actually service a trap. And there's two models here. We have the cost of doing an individual 1,000-gallon trap and the cost of doing 5 traps, in a route, which is more realistic to how we do it. You can see there with everything included, which these costs were run, a while ago, so they're probably a little higher now with the inflation and things of that nature going on. But you'd be, at best case scenario, 28 cents cost for a company to go out there and service a grease trap. Many of the times when we price out our customers, it's done on a per gallon basis. So when you see a customer who's being offered a 10-cent per gallon or a 15-cent per gallon trap, you have to look at that and wonder, are there things being done there that don't include a free trap service in order to get used cooking oil? And this is a big problem that's occurred, in the industry, especially in Arizona. In my experience, it has been a problem in California, but in Arizona, there's been a major problem with discounted traps in order to get free cooking oil. And usually this always manifests itself over the couple-year process where the trap is not adequately serviced. They have a major clog or a major overflow issue, and the service provider that was picking them up is nowhere to be found. And usually we'll get a call, and we have to go out there and provide a very expensive emergency service to make sure that we deal with the issue. But this is an issue that's happened a lot, and you can kind of see the metrics behind it as to why people will get caught at a loss and have to start cutting corners. So how service companies can cut corners and how you can spot these issues. Servicing a trap usually is a routine service. It should be occurring, as we've talked about, as I talked about before, monthly or quarterly or annually. Companies will go in and they will charge for monthly services or quarterly services, but in turn only come every other month or every other quarter. And that's one way that they can get back some of the money that they may have lost by quoting too cheap of a price. So when they skip every other service, you can imagine the trap is not actually, being serviced properly, and you're going to have a lot of solids build up and potentially a lot of downline issues. As we discussed before, another way to cut corners would be to only skim the top interface oil layer and leave all the water and solids behind. This is why it's very important that as customers actually get their trap serviced, they do go and inspect, that they can see the bottom of the trap and that everything has been pumped out. If they just pump out the oil level and you see water on the top, there could be a mountain of solids lying under that, and that is why it's important that the trap is always fully pumped out. Another method of sort of cutting corners or cheating the system is something that's called the pump and dump method. A service provider will pump the first chamber of a grease trap, and then they will actually turn around and dump that bleed the water out of their truck, using their truck as sort of a quick separation device back down the outlet line into the sewer. Or they'll do the same process and drive to another trap at another location that they may or may not service and dump that water into that trap. That is a practice that people have been caught doing, industry-wide, from state to state, highly illegal practice, but it is common when people are trying to cut corners and save money. The last and probably worst thing that we've seen, and it does occur within the industry, is people taking the trucks out to remote land and just simply dumping all the contents of the vehicle onto this remote farmland or in the middle of the desert. In Arizona, we have a lot of desert around us, so it's not too far to take a drive out there, and if you want to and you don't care, go out and dump this stuff illegally. And that does occur. People have been caught doing that, but it's another way that companies can get around having charged too cheap of a price. The impact on the plumbing and the sewage infrastructure from lack of service can be pretty detrimental. As you can see to the left, this is a picture of a trap that we had serviced where it hadn't been opened in such a long period of time that root systems started growing through it and clogging it. So we had to do a complete excavation of all this in confined space. It was a very expensive thing to actually fix that trap. But because of the lack of service, this is what will actually occur. The middle picture is a very common thing that we see out there where the solids and the grease begin to bubble out of the manhole covers, whether into a lawn in this case, or directly into a parking lot or out into the street. The third picture that you see here is the T-line, that the grease had been left in so long that it solidified to almost a rock hard level, to where we weren't even able to hydrojet blast the line clean, and we just had to completely cut and remove the entire line out and replace it because of how solidified and old and compacted the grease had become. So the importance of recycling wastewater for reuse and not taking it to the compost or dump is very high, as we see a high value in food processed water. First, what we do is we extract at our plants all of the fats, oil, and greases from the water, and we create biodiesel out of that. There's quite a bit of oil, even if customers or businesses are putting the used cooking oil into above ground receptacles. There's still quite a bit of oil that's left in the food or gets washed off of the pans or anything else, but winds up in the trap. We extract that oil, prior to further treatment, at our facilities, and then we're able to take that oil and use it in the production of biodiesel. Another end use that we have for our wastewater, or that we will engage in outside of just alternative fuels, is agricultural amendments. But we also work with several biodigesters. There's a picture of one of a biodigester during the construction process at a San Bernardino treatment facility that we own and operate. That this project's actually now to completion. but they will work with us and take certain byproducts from our wastewater plant or hard to handle products that we can't take through that plant, and they will use it for biodigestion, where they create gas for energy, and they also use the affluent as a high ammonia based fertilizer. So, all reusable alternative products from recycled wastewater. So I know I think I might be a little bit ahead of it, but I left myself a bit of a window here for questions. So were there any questions?
It looks like we have some in the chat. Let me scroll back up. There was some chat about in Phoenix, we have a company that may be dumping. There was a complaint, but that's kind of separate from this. Laura had commented that she noticed some companies receive containers with cooking oil and brand oil together. I don't know, is that like common practice that you've seen?
And you said in brand oil together?
Sorry. Cooking oil and brown oil.
Where they're pumping both in the same truck? Is that the question?
It's kind of unclear. I don't know, Laura, if you want to clarify that. Or are they, it says receiving. I don't know if they're like generating that. I'll move on, and if she needs to clarify, she can. Could you go back? There was, let me see what the picture, it was towards the beginning of the presentation, but with used cooking oil, there was a picture, like 3 pictures on a slide. Sorry, this thing keeps falling.
No problem. I'll rewind here. Let me see.
Okay, it's that picture.
Yeah.
So like the middle one, are there just the inlet and outlet pipes have fallen off, or is that a sampling vault, or what's going on there?
Yeah, so this is basically where the inlet and outlet are going through from one chamber to the other. So that's one chamber flowing over to the other. So if we looked at the cross diagram, I think in the slide previous to that, you can kind of see where that's pictured,
But where are the pipes? Like it looks like something, like they're just, like normally isn't there like an extension?
This is where so one of the traps, this is a multi-chamber trap that's pictured here. So it's flowing over, to the other trap. And this is where we're servicing the actual manhole. So we're having to go down in there, and then you have an outlet right here. So a trap from, oh, I'm sorry, you can't see my mouse. It's from one trap to the other. Yeah. And that's an example of a free, clean trap where you're not seeing a lot of oil built up in the head. When you open it up and you see like a picture that you see to the far right, that's usually a sign that the trap isn't being serviced as regularly as it should, or maybe that the actual the owner of that business should be talked to by the service provider about getting into a more frequent service, because that a head of oil like that, it really shouldn't be present all the time on a grease trap if it's being routinely maintained.
Aaron had asked, what is the longest time you can go between pumping? He had like a specific situation, but I think that kind of varies depending on like the municipality's sewer use ordinance, or maybe manufacturer recommendations.
Absolutely.
Or the type of facility.
It's going to be based around facility type. For example, we do some military chow halls, and they need service monthly, but then they'll actually need confined space service, where it's a service where we actually get into the grease traps with people and shovel out the solids, because they have such high solids built up. They'll need that on a quarterly basis. But that's probably one of the most extreme cases where you have a high traffic level, with a lot of individuals, and they're just dumping everything off the plates down the drain. Like a coffee shop would be a great example of somebody that would probably maybe need service every 6 months to maybe even once annually, depending on how much food they're really putting, down the drain. Whereas a high volume restaurant like a Cracker Barrel, for example, that would be someone that could be a quarterly, even potentially a monthly service, depending on how big their trap is. You have restaurants that have moved into certain locations that may have inherited a trap that's only 750 gallons when they should be sized for a trap that's 2,500 gallons. So that's another common thing that you'll see in older areas that were developed or built, older shopping centers. You'll run into a lot of those problems where the traps were never sized up to a real appropriate sizing to accommodate the amount of traffic that's coming through those facilities. So it does vary. It should be sized up not only by the service provider, but the owner of the business as well, whenever they're looking at that. And, the good thing is you can start with a routine maintenance. You can always start with a once a month. And if they feel that they could back off to a quarterly service, you can give it a try. And if it, becomes an issue, you get in there and service it and know that you can't go beyond a once a month. So it's definitely not a one size fits all. Newer developments are much more suited to handle what's in them. Older developments, you usually have a problem and you have to figure out those frequencies.
Another question, are you able to recognize when a device needs to be repaired?
Yes, often, it's pretty obvious if a T-line's collapsing or completely clogged, or a line is actually broken. It's a visual inspection from the outside. We do provide scoping services, so we have the ability to scope a line and look down a line for cloggages or damage to the plumbing that we could then, look at and assess and give, an idea to the customer of what might be going wrong.
Then I kind of have a follow-up on that. Have you ever seen interceptors where the aggregate was kind of carted away, or there was, maybe for concrete gravity interceptors, if maybe the baffle walls were falling apart?
Yes. Yeah, you will. So oftentimes, because grease and oil is very corrosive. So those traps over time, and this is, a lot of them, we have to treat a lot of grit. And the grit is basically the deterioration of the bottom of the trap slowly coming up. So when we suck to the bottom of a trap, a lot of times those solids will include bits of the trap that are actually coming up and deteriorating. It's very uncommon to see a trap actually deteriorate, completely. But it is an ongoing process where that grit will continue to kind of lift up as you service, and over time it will, it'll dissipate.
Okay, then we have another comment about basically it being kind of dangerous to wait too long, probably because of that corrosion.
And the biggest thing with waiting too long is health hazards. You do not want to create those issues as far as overflows or clogged lines, because it is a major health issue in regards to waiting too long, for service.
And then I know Laura had asked about the one question, so she clarified, I think brand grease versus these cooking oil, but then somebody else asked what systems are used to separate this fog for biofuels. So I know that's there are some facilities that do both, or
Yes. So it's a very similar process. Different plants, as we do both there in Glendale. So there is a water processing plant of which we take the water that we're getting out of the grease interceptors through. And in that process, we use heat to extract the oil. So after we screen the trap for heavy solids, rags, rocks, things of that nature, then goes through a heating process where we use that heat to separate the oil much quicker. And a lot like I have told you, people will use this technique actually in the field. We use that same skimming technique to extract the majority of the oil out of the water before we go to chemical treatment, and then it goes, down the drain to the municipality. The rendering process for used cooking oil is exactly the same, different plant, but it goes through a mechanical screening, and then we heat it to rid it of any water that might be present in it, to get it to a certain purity level that then it can be taken off to biodiesel production. So I don't know if that answered the question, but it's a similar process to remove the fog from both product, or remove the impurities from both products. One, we're extracting the oil before we take the water for further treatment. The other, we're pulling the water out of the used cooking oil before we take it for biodiesel production.
And Dave, did you have? I know
Yeah, I had a question that may be tough to answer, and if you don't want to, that's fair. Are you seeing a big efficiency difference or a benefit with these newer interceptors that are not just the concrete gravity, that are the, the whatever material they're made out of, the ABS or plastic, whatever it is? Are you seeing a big difference in those?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with that, we don't have to deal with the issue of grit, you know, coming through, which is a major issue. And from a processing standpoint, it's one of the hardest things we have to deal with is solids that don't float but sink to the bottom of a tank. So yeah, absolutely. You know, in the newer plastic, model tanks and whatnot, which we don't run into a whole lot of those right now, but in the newer ones, it's a much easier deal. We don't have to deal with the heavy grit and solids.
Yeah, we're seeing, at least in the planning stages, we're seeing a lot more of those coming through now.
And hopefully they're sizing them up. I would always err on the side of oversizing versus undersizing, because that is one of the larger problems we find with customers is they're in an undersized trap for the business that they put there. And they might just be very successful and they have a high level of traffic that was never intended there when planning for those buildings originally happened. And they do deal with issues, and a lot of them, they don't like to pay the more frequent fee of having to come more often, but that's the reality of what they're dealing with if they have a small trap.
very true.
And on that, just to one more note on that, indoor grease traps are also a very common, use of interceptor, especially in the more condensed metropolitan areas, or as you're getting into high rises, you're dealing with smaller traps. Those are traps that need to be serviced monthly or even more often. Because the nature of those traps is they're anywhere from 50 to 75 gallons. The same principles apply. If you have a high level of production flow through there in a very small trap, it needs to be serviced much more often.
We definitely see that in Phoenix where people try and wait 2 months and that thing is just so loaded. There's like an inch of water left. It gets pretty nasty. More question. We have a lot of questions, so I know you have your next presentation, but we can just kind of extend it and push Ashley out because I think we have some good discussion going on right now. Let's see. Kurt had asked, if you've seen solids accumulation rotting out the interceptor ever? I don't know if you could tell the difference.
You said rotting out the interceptor?
Yeah.
Yes, the corrosion, definitely. You understand in terms of pH, the grease trap water has to be neutralized, one of our processes. So we have to use lime to neutralize pH prior to taking it down the drain and disposing of it. So when you think about that pH and it sitting in there and the acidity of that, it is very corrosive, especially to, not as much to plastic, obviously, but to concrete, it can be very corrosive, yes. So it's important that if you do have high solids, you need to get those out of there, because the longer it sits, the harder it becomes to handle. Another variable in that is there's also other, we don't have as much of an issue with it in Arizona, but in other areas you have factors that can build, the longer you leave it in a trap. Things like conductivity levels, which is a measure of the salinity in the water, that can continue to increase. Oil that sits for long periods of time can have free fatty acid levels climb, and that'll deteriorate the value and destroy its ability to be taken into alternative fuels or feeds. So with all of these things, time is the enemy when you let them sit there.
We have another question. This is about like permitting of grease haulers. So I guess some cities do, or other municipalities or counties permit the grease haulers. And especially if they're hauling to plants, do you have a similar permit or a permit that I guess, a grease hauler permit that has language about like not decanting. I don't know if All Pro like is permitted at all.
Yes, yeah, we do have permitting. There's no specific language in decanting. Is that relative to kind of what I was mentioning? People will do as a practice in the field where they'll use the truck to separate. Is that kind of what's being referred there?
I think maybe she's saying about maybe not skimming or something. I don't know, Amanda, if you want to clarify. But where you have a processing facility though in the valley, correct?
Yes.
For all the grease. So I mean, I imagine like your permit for like industrial waste, is that in Glendale?
Yes.
Okay, so Dave
Yeah,
would probably know about that.
yeah, I mean, I could answer that. They're actually a permitted SIU for us. So they've got everything. And then they were one of the first haulers. You know, we're trying to figure out how to get basically work towards a preferred pumper program. And they were the first ones that they provide anybody that they do service on in the city of Glendale. They provide us with the records every month. That helps us maintain our database. And then it tells us if people are doing it when they're supposed to, especially when we go out there and you always hear that, well, I just had it serviced last month, and you look at it, you know, it hasn't been serviced in, a year and a half. So yeah, so they're permitted here in Glendale, and then they're actually working with us to on a preferred pumping kind of a basis. So
Nice. So I think, Amanda, this might be a little different because
yeah,
we
they're
don't
not
have,
bringing it to a plant. They have their own treatment
no,
facility.
yeah, I don't think there are many, if any, plants that still accept grease and fog waste in Arizona. I could be wrong, at least in the valley. I don't think it's as common. We actually, a lot of times, these facilities have to make their own wastewater treatment or pre-treatment, and then they discharge to the sewer. So it's a little different. Like we don't have as many fog receiving stations like at municipal treatment. Okay, sorry, more questions?
I did see Amanda's question come through, and no, there is no permit that would allow skimming. That's not an acceptable practice when servicing a grease trap. So, to clarify.
Chris had made a comment that pH is a routine test and interceptors to tell if it needs to be pumped more often. If it's in the 6 to 7 range, grease, it's likely okay to give some leeway. And I know some cities do test for pH in the interceptor, like maybe the outlet, especially if they're going to be permitted. Let's see.
And we've never used pH as a gauge for us. Usually it's always based on the solids is the heaviest, easiest visual, indicator for us on service. I have heard of cities doing that, though, testing the pH, but I've never been familiar with that process at the actual producer level.
I know in Phoenix sometimes like we'll check in the effluent pipe, like if it's a facility that we're kind of evaluating if they need to be permitted for like high strength. Let's see, Tony had mentioned some FSEs or found to have pH levels that are around 3 at the 30-day mark, which is pretty low. And obviously at a compliance, be careful and that can help with scheduling maintenance. And then Kurt made a comment that he often sees plastic internal pipes chipped or broken off. Are the service techs aware that they can damage the trap during service, or is that kind of checked just to make sure that nothing's accidentally being knocked off?
That should be something that's checked. And yes, you'll have service techs that will damage those during service, especially if they're jamming the pipe around. There could be different reasons for that. Number one, it could be somebody who's in a hurry and just not doing a good job or frustrated. You could have a trap that's full of solids, and by the nature of having to work the hose in and out, in order, imagine a frozen milkshake, as you'd have to suck that out of a straw. You have to work the hose in and out to start chipping away at the solids. Damage to the T-lines can happen if you have a high solids trap that somebody's having to push the hose in and out in order to work them down. But it always should be replaced at the end of the service. If they're chipped or cracked or damaged, that should be identified by the service provider, whether they did it or not, and a replacement should occur.
And then Rodney asked if, do you believe it is right for municipality to provide a grease receiving facility if an ordinance is passed requiring FFUs to be pumped? I think that's like a whole can of worms. I know, like in Phoenix, we used to have fog receiving, but there was sort of like a pushback from businesses that have that as their business. That, you know, there might be competition with low rates, like to take it to a municipality plant. I don't know if you want to comment on that. It's kind of like a big topic, but
So I'm
Hey,
sorry.
just so you, I'll tell you one quick thing. In Arizona, uh, municipalities cannot compete with a service that's provided by an outside company. So you cannot compete with them by the revised statutes. So that's
oh,
one
there
thing.
we
And
go. That could be
every
the
city I've
reason.
worked for, we got rid of all the pumpers that were bringing them in, and that was one of the main reasons. It's a weird thing in Arizona. I think the only thing you can compete with the private is still, and it's just because it's a super old law, is providing ice. Everything else you can't compete with the private business.
Well, I just learned something today. But I don't know, Rodney, where you're based out of. So I guess that's Arizona specific. Okay, we are definitely like running over by like 15 minutes, but I think there was so much good discussion, so I didn't really want to stop that. If you would like to transition to your next presentation, Jared, that is totally good.
Absolutely, and I think I'll probably make it quick here, just so I don't go too far into the rest of the time. Most of what we just covered, I was just going to recap and talk about all pro hydrojetting and pumping. We have an amazing staff out there. I would put them up against any other service provider, in the world as far as their ability to provide prompt service and a high quality of service. As I discussed early on, we do used cooking oil collection services throughout all of Arizona. We also provide that within California and parts of Las Vegas and Henderson, Nevada. With these services, we provide free customized storage containers for our customers. We have standard models, but we also have the ability in-house to provide indoor models or custom shape size models for certain customers. We are consistently and regularly scheduling pickups. Everything's on a routine static service for our customers. Therefore, they're not having to call in. In the event that they do have to call in, we have a 24-hour emergency service hotline, as well as we have staff on hand 24 hours a day in order to go provide that emergency service. We do provide monthly volume reports, and these are all accessible online through a secure client login portal. Therefore, when an inspector shows up and they'd like to see the records of used cooking oil collection or the last 5 grease trap service histories, they can simply log on and they can get those records right away without having to call over or to track them down. But we are always available too. If somebody wants to call in to receive records, we can have them available on a moment's notice as well. All of our used cooking oil containers are code compliant. And like I said, we create them to fit the customer's needs. We've created, sealing lids to prevent water entry during, the monsoon season there in Arizona. A lot of what we've done is we've created security, features on these containers to basically deter theft and damage, therefore creating messes and liability. And we've created the design on a lot of the containers to accommodate accounts that may have solids such as like French fries or other food waste that does get poured in there, but we don't want it to clog and splatter. So we've begun to design better containers to accommodate that. All of the used cooking oil that we collect, we turn into biodiesel. Currently, we do a little over 1 million gallons of biodiesel production every month out of the used cooking oil that we collect as a company. The other facet of all pro hydrojetting and pumping, we do the grease trap pumping as we discussed. We provide 24/7 emergency service. The same as our used cooking oil, we have online documentation always on hand and ready and available with all your historical metrics that will be stored from services to times of service. Everything can be regularly scheduled. We do like to engage in regularly scheduled static services with our customers, such as monthly or quarterly services, but we are always available for call-in services as needed. Guaranteed compliance. All of our trucks are licensed, all and fully insured. We will give free estimates. If somebody is looking for us to size up their trap or give us an estimate, we have no problem sending a representative out there and giving free estimates. And as I mentioned earlier, when we do a service, all solids are removed and the trap is completely clean, which is the proper way to do that. We provide trap service all through California, Arizona, as well as parts of Nevada as well. Lastly, we are a hydrojetting and plumbing service business out there, and we provide full cleaning of incoming and outgoing lines. It's another 24/7 emergency service business that's available through a hotline as well. There's 24/7 answering service. We do discounted rates for customers that we provide multiple services for, like grease trap and used cooking oil. We work out discounted rates for them for jetting or plumbing services. We are fully bonded, licensed, and insured. We have our contracting license in the state of Arizona and California as a plumber certified and a general contractor certified. And this is a business where we also will come out and give free estimates to customers for any sort of jetting services or plumbing services, repairs, installations, etc., that they would need. With that, that concludes my presentation. So I don't know if anyone has any questions on All Pro and the services we provide.
Chris, if you want to kind of go through the questions, I know you had one, but
Yeah.
I'll let you take the reins.
Yeah, I had a question actually. You had that thing about the online report access for your customers. Do you have anything like that for municipalities or any of the inspectors? Because that's part of my typical routine. I call your office probably 2 or 3 times a month, seeing if you guys are still pumping for the places I've sampled for and when the last time is and what schedule they're on. It'd probably be a lot easier if there was some kind of access just for me to do that online and even do it before I go out there to sample, because sometimes I go to interceptors and they're half empty and I can't sample to their full.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that would be that's a great idea. I would definitely need to just check and make sure that was you know, I wasn't going to be violating any other rule that I might not know of right now. But absolutely, I think that'd be something that'd be great, and it'd expedite your process. That if you needed to look up a certain customer in the Arizona area to see if we're the service provider and when they were serviced, that would make it much easier for you guys and a lot less intrusive for everybody else involved, right?
Yeah, that'd be real. If you had maybe some kind of web portal. It sounds like you have it set up for your customers already. Maybe just if you could have it for a municipality or just anybody where we could access your whole database.
Right. Yeah, we do have a web portal. It is we have an in-house software that was built for a lot of our collection businesses. We don't also do liquids. We do a lot of food waste collecting and other things like that throughout the Western United States. So, you know, it might be the thing of just getting a login for you with certain allowances on those things could be another route that we look at that with. But I'll talk to my controller and see what we might be able to do and get your information. And that's something we could work absolutely with you on.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. And Jolene, I think she had more of a comment. Most training for service providers seems to be company specific. Has there been a move by any municipality to have standard training for service providers? I don't know if that's really a question for you or it's more for everybody.
Well, I kind of wondered if he knew of any like organization
okay.
being in the trade, if there was any move to have that.
I am not aware of any organization that does any sort of official training like this, you know, for a service provider. There very well could be someone out there, but no, I am not aware of anyone.
Okay. And then Rodney said there are programs that do this already for, I guess, online. I don't know if I don't know if they do them for all different other companies, because I know I would just be going to your company for those ones. And then it looks like Ryan's been listening and he already gave the contact info for somebody's question.
Yes,
That's
Ryan.
a different number that I call. I call the 776-3230 number. I guess that's maybe Ryan's cell.
Yeah. And Ryan is he's our division manager. So he controls all of the operations over there in Arizona. So he is, Ryan Parsons would be gentleman to talk to about setting up service or for any other questions there in Arizona.
He's the guy I'm always bugging every month.
He's the man. That's the guy.
He's very helpful. I can say that for sure.
Very knowledgeable, and he's very on the ball. I believe, a lot of our service reputation for All Pro is a credit to Ryan, because he runs a great crew, a great group of individuals out there, and they are very, very service oriented for their customers.
That seems to be all the questions, most of them. Another comment there.
Fantastic. I apologize if I took up any of the time of the next presentation, but thank you all.
Okay. All right, I guess I'm the moderator now. I guess the next one is Ashley Pinnell and the struggles of starting a pre-treatment program. She's going to have this, I believe, interactive and take questions during that. So Jolene, you had offered to sort of handle that part of it. I don't know if you guys have an agreement on how you want to interrupt her or whatever.
I mean, anybody can everybody hear me? Also?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. If anybody has questions, feel free to stop me. It's more of like an interactive story of a pre-treatment career of mine. So I was just gonna share my journey, more so struggle of developing a industrial pre-treatment program for a very fastly growing city of Buckeye, quickly growing city. So also, I hope everybody likes Star Wars because I'm a big fan. But yeah, so it's more interactive story. Let's see. So a little about me. My name's Ashley Pinnell. I graduated college with a bachelor's in environmental science. I focused on water in my education. I did some things here and there after I got out of school, but I got my, as I like to call, big kid job at the city of Santa Maria in California. It's just north of Santa Barbara in 2014, and I was hired as a regulatory compliance officer to manage a very well-oiled and well-established pre-treatment program. And I loved it. I did that for 3 years. And in 2017, I thought, you know, do I want to stay in California? Do I want to move to Arizona? Just because of the cost of living in California is outrageous, and I wanted to be able to afford a home. Anyway, so I started looking in Arizona, in the Phoenix area, and I found City of Buckeye was hiring for an environmental compliance officer position. And in the job posting, it stated that the person hired would be developing a pre-treatment program. And I was like, wow, that sounds really cool. I'm applying to this. So a little about Buckeye. It's pretty old, 1910 when it was established. It was designated as a city in 2014, so it's relatively new as a city. In the last census, they stated that Buckeye is the second fastest growing city in the US with over 50,000 people. I think the current population is around 90,000 right now. And it's also, I found interesting, the second largest city in Arizona, right behind Phoenix. And so 3 years into my career as an inspector in pre-treatment, I was like, yeah, I'm going to take this on. I'm going to develop a pre-treatment program for this city. And I found a meme that appropriately describes what I got myself into. So I realized that through the last 4 years of developing this program that maybe I bit off more than I could chew, but it's been the best experience of my career. So a few of the things that I struggled with that I'd like to know in this, and were things that I wish someone had kind of shared with me. I had a great consulting team, by the way, John Watson, Mike Golden, and Patty Traherne. They were amazing. And they're the contractors that worked on this project with me. So these are things that I wish I would have known prior, because I came into this with little understanding of what I was getting myself into. So the biggest and first thing that I would have told myself 4 years ago was, do not cut pieces of the contract out. So they offer you this contract with all these tasks that they're going to do and the costs. And I looked at it, and we had this like mentality at the time of like, oh, let's save money, which I realized was a bad idea. And I found ways to do things myself, which I knew how to do, but at the time I was still pretty green 3 years into my career. So my biggest suggestion is to, if it's feasible for your organization, if you're starting a pretreatment program, let the consultant